Conference League enjoyers. Happy 6th month to me.
chatto, it's Thursday, and coming up today on Outcasts 2 Icons, the Conference League continues. We have joined it with a flourish, a 6-0 drubbing of Sharif to Raspol. We scored goal after goal after goal, unlike Dr. Zeus, except without signings, because we didn't actually make that many of them last year, and we really need to get our scouting going, as January is going to be massive. Although more coming up today. Or something. Ape Japes! He's Ape Japed it, finally. The Gas Boys. It's the shirt is meaningful. The shirt carries meaning with it. Hang on, let me just stand out of the way. Look at its beautifulness. What a shirt. It's just... Hey, what people do in their own time is none of my business, right? It's a great shirt, but the shirt has more meaningful. What in the F chat? It is a bit in it. So basically, the reason this shirt is meaningful is because I bought this in like 2021. This is a large, by the way, a Cameroonian large, but a large, and it did not fit very well.
Hey Matto, Eno and Chatto,
like
first
casing.
day back after a wonderful 3-night stay in Copenhagen, a wonderful city. Walked like 16 kilometers each day and also found a wonderful Irish pub to watch AFC Wimbledon win permission to League One for next season.
You'd love to see it. Firstly, did you go and enjoy the wondrousness that is the most underwhelming statue of all time? Because I sure did. It was not worth it. But then, you still... the fact I get to say that means it probably was worth it at the same time. Keeney as well, thank you very much for the 6 months. There was another one before that too, was there not? Yes. Fija, if I've said that correctly, thank you very much for the 3 months as well. You'd bloody love to see it. Thank you, friends. Yeah, so this shirt basically I bought on CFS, I think it must have been, right? Years ago. And it was like, we're talking like, I would say it was like that tight, but it wasn't. It was actually tighter than that. I physically couldn't get it over my body. Like you couldn't, you know when you can't pull it down? It was like that level of tight. And I always said that I'll know when I'm doing all right with the old fitness and the weight loss when I can finally fit into the Gas Boys shirt. And I thought today, I was like, oh, I wonder. Basically, I was wearing a jumper and I thought, it's getting kind of warm in here. Let me switch.
Happy nearly year and a half.
You know, thank you very much for the 17 months at tier 3. That is mad. Thank you, friend. Oh, bloody hell. Really quiet. Yeah, so, well, it wasn't that busy when we were there. It's just, you don't... When it comes to statues, I always just assume they're going to be bigger than they are, right? But the mermaid statue is, like, very, very small indeed. To the point where you walk up to it and you're like, oh, it's down there. Because it's literally right down in the bay. So, yeah, I mean, it was worth seeing, I suppose, but nothing spectacular there. Yeah, I think the progress has kind of stalled a little bit just because of the whole, you know, not being able to really go outside or walk or run or do anything. That's... It's not the Big Mermaid, no. It's very much the Little Mermaid, some might even say. With gadgets and gizmos aplenty. You want to watch out for those gadgets and gizmos. Oh. Greatest moment in chat. Was it you that sent me that? To be fair, I've bought a lot of different... Let me get off this. I've bought a lot of different things from chat, in fairness. I'm getting there. It's probably plateauing at the moment just because I haven't really run in 2 weeks, and I find that I really do need that extra cardio just to sort of keep me going. Plus, I just like getting outside. I hate it. Oh, how's our boys? We're doing good. We are, league-wise, it's okay. I would say so, WBA kid. I mean, unless you're like already severely underweight, but I realise that generally speaking, it's usually a good sign, right? Unless you're not trying to. In that case, see a doctor. Luckily, I am trying to, so that's the main thing. Yeah, so ignoring this little stretch of games, because that doesn't look so great on the outskirts. But when you remember that it was Girona away, Barca at home, and Real Madrid at home, Real Madrid away, and we had a red card against Barcelona after 26 minutes. So we've actually done reasonably well in our first few matches. Not to mention the whole, 6-0 twatting of Sheriff Tiraspol in our first Conference League game. 6-0 is a bit excessive, even by our standards. Cyril got a hat-trick in the first half of this game. He could have had more. It was brilliant. And today we're just going to get our heads down because I want to get as many games as we possibly can do today. I think we've actually got a really good chance of topping this group just because of the teams we're up against. We've got very, very fortunate with our draw. There is some really good sides in the Conference League, and we've pretty much avoided all of them, minus Young Boys. And that's at home. Shrevenis Vesda aren't bad either, but they're not great as far as I know. I mean, I presume they've won every league. They didn't even win the league last year. They're not even the best team in Serbia at the moment. So, wait, Sky Vink? Why do I recognise Sky Vink? wasn't Sky Vink playing for Ajax in the MTK save and would like routinely do absolutely mad shit? 9 stone that try and turns out type 2 diabetes. Yeah, that's which is ironic because one of the things that they treat type 2 diabetes with, if they do they not, is trying to get your diet and lose weight. So I guess it's one of the few conditions where you sort of get a head start on it, I suppose. Still not ideal. Would prefer not to have it, I suspect. But yeah, 9 stone is insane. How are you doing these days, Keeney? Join Ajax in 2021. Yeah. Was it the Suriname video? No, I mean, it absolutely would have been that too. But I swear he was really good in, I believe it was the MTK save, when Ajax were like a legit deep European team for a bit. And I remember him doing all sorts of things, like constantly scoring against like Liverpool for us in like the semi-finals and stuff. I swear it was MTK. This is where we need lore masters that know this kind of stuff. Either way, still sick. Dirk Kuyt is so famous. Really? Speaking of, actually, before someone looks him up, because he hadn't got a job since, oh wow, he's just gone. Immense. So Dirk Kuyt's assessment in this save is basically comes in at Sirong, gets them relegated, doesn't get another job, and then just disappears. Need 25 stone at my heaviest down to 15. Fuck yeah. Hey, that's a great start. Like, to be fair, you might be a lot taller than me as well. Like, for me, when I was 15 stone, I was like massively, for my height, that was like too much. Like, now that I'm 12, it's still a bit over. I'd rather be 11, which is my goal. But I feel like it's weird. Even just like sitting up in bed, you notice the weirdest things, like how easily you sit up in bed without using your hands, or you just sort of, oh, there's just so much less body weight, but you don't notice it so much when you're just walking around a lot of the time. 2012, thank you very much. The cake will be here soon when Pog finally comes back from the mechanics. This is Dwot Diok. Great name. I thought that said Zlatan for a second there, which would have been even better. Ah, fair enough, Keeney. Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, because I'm like 5'10", 5'11". I actually don't know. It's probably 5'10 and a half, honestly. Pog's new job. Oh, yeah. She is mechanique. So, honestly, she would like that. Needs for a lot of that, I bet. Yeah. No, totally. I notice it more when, like, say I'm bringing in, like, a big pack of, like, water or drink or something, and I look at that and I go, that's, like, 2 litres there. That's, like, 2 kilos. And I've lost, like, 9 kilos. And I'm like, how the fuck is that amount of, like, heft just not on my body anymore? It's the strangest thing. Go for a tune-up. Well, so we suspect that there's a brake fluid leak in the car because the lights come, oh, not the light, the car's beeped at us a few times and I've noticed fluid on the driveway. So I'm figuring we've probably got a brake fluid leak or something. So I figured we'd probably best get that taken care of, you know, ASAP before an accident occurs, etc. Plus she can stop in and see my parents while she's there. Wisła Krakow, right, okay, Wisła. Hope you never see this, but if you could just postpone your promotion till next season, that would be ace. What I'm offering you this. Losing the playoffs with dignity, obviously, like a 5-4 where you're screwed out of it, perhaps. You get that fire in your bellies, whatever Polish for fire in your belly is. I can't wait to find out. Next year, top the league, 40 points, clear of everybody else. That's what I'll give you. Do you accept my proposal? I mean, I'm still managing them anyway, let's be honest. I don't care if they get promoted. If they get promoted, I'm still doing it. Like, I am all aboard the Wisła train right now. How's foot? Still doesn't feel quite right, James. Gonna try a run on Saturday just to try to see how it's feeling. But, I don't know. If it's still feeling a bit funky after that, I'm gonna go try and get a doctor's appointment next week just to get an idea of what's going on with it, basically. All the clothes are starting to fit in it. That's the greatest thing. I don't even need to buy new clothes at the moment. I just wear my old clothes. Although I must admit, there's not that many of them. I can finally get into like mediums again. It's nice. Never gonna get, and I can safely buy mediums now because even if I was to lose a little bit more weight, I still know that medium is fine because my frame physically would not fit in a small clothes just because of my skeleton. So yeah, Mbala. I'm thinking for this game, I want to start Mr. Nikolic mostly because he's a whiny bitch. He should be called Nick a bitch. But for the time being, he is yeah. He's the thing about Nikolic, right, is he actually should be better than he is. Actually, I mean, should he? Like, he's got 14 acceleration, 17 pace. I like him. But then we've also got to deal with this chap here, Vinko. who is going to kick off pretty much no matter what we do. Lack of left foot hurts him. It does, but I'm actually not super fussed about that because I quite like our right-sided inverted winger not actually cutting in and shooting anyway. And if they're going to shoot, I don't mind them shooting with their right foot across the goalkeeper, truthfully. That's totally fine. The reason I want to start Nikolic, though, is just because he's complaining and I don't really want to cause any more squad harmony issues right now. And I do like him. I think for me, that right-hand side is just going to be a case of whoever does stuff stays on, basically. If you have an absolute shitter, I'll swap you out for someone else. That's my plan anyway. I don't like the low consistency, but he's only 8. God, it is worth remembering he is still only 18 years old. Obst, not really. I think Obst is he even in the first team? Yeah, he is, because he's a fringe player. Who's he wanted by? Lorient. I think Obst might be a good one for a loan, honestly. I'll put him on the Devi list, just in case someone does want him.
I'm the Pope.
Hello, Pog. Yeah, I think like with inside forwards, I prefer them to be on their other foot. But with inverted wingers, particularly the way that we play them, it might actually come into our favour, honestly. Zé Oliveira, thank you very much for the follow. Unclench your jaw? What? How's it going, Pog? So, yeah. I'm doing good, Hazard. How are you, man? Do you want a cake from Dorrington's? Oh, yes, please. That would be delicious. So the reason I actually don't mind it is because one of the ways that we score goals in this tactic is getting into this position and dropping the ball across and actually having a guy who's better on his right foot. Yeah, I've turned 12, remember? Might actually benefit us, potentially. That and Nikolic's raw pace is just such a lethal weapon. Now, it's actually kind of annoying that we didn't do the Bilbao game. Sorry, the Athletic Club game. That was a yes, Pog, yes. On the last stream, because we've actually got an international break directly after this game, which means we've got like 2.5 weeks without games. I spun. Oh, go on, bun me up. Bun up your boy. All right, striker. Yeah. They essentially are, but I mean, like, I think they just operate differently. Because I feel like it's one of the, honestly, inverted wingers. Is this Glee? No, this is the band Perry. I actually don't know what that is, but it's on the playlist. I hadn't really used inverted wingers that much until this game cycle. Wow. I was about to be amazed that they had an entire Spanish team minus one French dude, and then I realised we were playing against Athletic Club. Be a bit mental if they didn't. David Ugarte, French Basque. Oh, he actually came through at Athletic Club as well. They didn't even sign him from another club. Love to see it. Right. As usual, my brain not working properly. Let's get into a game. Let's go. Oh, wait. I knew the bench looked slightly too small. There's always some bastard hiding there. I think when managing B teams, this is actually even more annoying. Well, in that case, we'll put Almeida on the bench, I suppose. Hello, Pultz. Ugly or glorious? Ah, it is ugly, but it's also glorious because the kit represents weight loss. This is the Gas Boys shirt of fame. Also, I got a new mouse. And it's wireless. I finally joined the 21st century. Has the English been behaving? I'm not sure I understand the question. Morning, Stephen. Oh dear. It's a glorious tablecloth. In it, you could eat. Right, the thing is though, as much as it is a tablecloth, because it's like blue stripes, I'm like, what food are you eating off this tablecloth? Because it's not giving Italian restaurant by any means. And it's not giving like cozy cafe either. I birthed him. I did. Pushed him out myself. Deep line forward. I like a deep line Greek taverna. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. That's, yeah. No, you're so right. I don't know if you guys have ever been, there's a Greek restaurant in Stratford called, I think it's just called like Eat Greek or something. Really solid. Party food at a play centre, also solid idea. Oh, are we just going straight from the kickoff, lads? Okay, I see how it is. Poor Viswa. Oh god, what happened to Viswa? I kind of knew that was coming, and yet I was still... Oh, God. You're an asset to this chat, babe. It's the way that you've actually managed to put my face on there. Keanu Reeves by AI. It's John Airwick. A better story for my dot men. immense. Oh, what a time to arrive! What a time to arrive! It's all popping off. Weight loss really showing. I know. I have a wired mouse. To be fair, Hazard, I have had a wired mouse up until literally 2 weeks ago, and then I bought another one as well, but it turns out it was crap because I couldn't program the buttons. On the plus side, this new one has much better macro functionality, and I've managed to actually isolate all of my editing shortcuts, so like 5 different commands can all be done on one button with a press of a key, and it executes the whole lot. So yesterday was a bit of a weird day because I was actually going to record, what is it? It's a Red Dragon M910KS. I only remember that because I had to look up the thing to get the software yesterday. Solid so far. It does have RGB and stuff, but I don't actually use that because it just wastes the battery. Are we going to concede straight away? Good save, buddy. I did like they were cheaper as well most of the time, but I just thought, fuck it, let's just actually invest in a good mouse. I can write it off anyway, right? Yes, there was a weird day because I was actually going to do some weird FM stuff, and then I got a call from my mum when I was just getting up, basically saying that our 21-year-old family pet had just passed away. So that was sad. That completely threw my day off. And I was like, right, I need to do something here. So I basically just spent the entire day cutting up and editing all the stuff for the recap video, which was like a 2-hour segment. And it took forever. In euros, I don't know. I didn't buy it in euros. I bought it in pounds. It was like £25 on Amazon. So it might vary on different sites. I'm a pro gamer. I'm an international esports athlete, I'll have you know. Soy Jack meme and such. So yeah, that kind of sucks. Because they've had that cat since I was 14. Oh, Cyril with a shot over the bar. That was just kind of sad. But it seems like she passed away peacefully, bless her. She was very old. 21 is pretty solid for a cat. How much did it cost in Swatties? At least 1. This is where you're like, actually the exchange rate on the zloty is actually really strong, Matt. How dare you devalue the Polish currency like this? Who do you think you are? The International Monetary Fund? 18 years old. Oh shit, that sucks, Tater. Updated match engine graphics? No. Not as far as I know. In what way? I didn't realize there was anything you could do there. Yeah, exactly. She's a little cutie. Back in the day, I'd be sat at my desk in my parents' house, and she would come up and sit next to me and just paw at my shoulder. It's crazy little thing. Oh, come on, here we go. Oh, it's a great pass. Thiago Enrique, he's surely got to bury it, and he does. That is glorious. That is such a nice goal. It's a very solid age for a cat. It's like, they actually got 3 of them at the same time. So she was the oldest of the 3, obviously, because the other one left. One of them passed away during COVID, and the other one passed away, unfortunately, when I was like, I think the cat was like 13 or something. So still, that's a good start. I don't know. I think sometimes, Stephen, the game looks better in certain match climates, i.e., you know, there are certain environmental factors that affect the lighting in FM. So the heat, weirdly, I feel like does, because it often comes with the sun, the time of day, and I feel like there are certain times of days and weather conditions that make the matches look better. Goalkeeper's called Paella? Oh, I hope so. Cat's bringing presents in it. Yeah, she used to bring birds in as well. It's definitely the lighting. I think lighting actually can paper over a lot of cracks of a bad-looking graphics engine. Oh, Socorro is just him, isn't he? I know these are like relatively basic saves that you'd expect goalkeepers to be making, but the way that this match engine works, I often feel like you do get a lot of those sort of trickly P-roller goals actually going in. And it just seems like Socorro is there. Like, he's always there, he's putting his body in the way, and he's just getting better and better as his time at the club wears on. I'm super excited. Look at that pace from Nikolic as well. Right, the height on Thiago Enrique is super intriguing. Does he have really good attacking movement as well? Or rather, I suppose it would be his, like... excuse me. His off the ball isn't even that good, but it's getting a lot better. Giroud, thank you very much for the raid. Yeah, no FM tweak nonsense. It's just the default match engine. I don't like any of those particularly. I'm quite happy with the match engine. I said this every time. This is my default line on it now. Everything I've seen from those tweaks doesn't make it look better to me. It looks worse. I've yet to see one that makes me go, I want to try that. Most of the time, it just seems like it ups the scoring a lot of the time, which is... It's the ABS pump. Didn't we just get that replaced? But also, how is the... I swear we got that replaced not that long ago, Pob. So why is it gone again then? Considering this is the same mechanic. Well, so far so good, honestly. This guy's definitely getting there. Like, massively. Is this with the valves? Okay. Right. That's a little bit annoying. Because that wasn't exactly cheap. Ah, good. It would just be a little minor leak. We can fix that and put some new brake fluid in it. Oh, no. Right. Because past it, no, we've lost to them in like, consecutive games. Bear in mind, this is only our third season in the top flight. Broken again, maybe, yeah. Issue with the pumps. Well, the pump that he fitted, surely. Either way, F. Right. Let's see. That warranty, I don't know. I actually can't remember how long ago it was we had that installed. But I don't think it was that long ago. It wasn't like within the last couple of months, but I think it was less than a year ago. I believe, anyway. Oh, is that a penalty? Just never breaking it true. Or handbrake everywhere. The amount of... The panties will be crazy. Just me handbraking everywhere in a Ford Focus. Love to see it. This is not going to be given. There's no way we're getting 2 lucky penalties in the same season like this. Particularly with the fact that it's gone to the screen in the way that it has right now. These ones are simply never given. There you go. Love to see it. Boot up the only fans in it, yeah. The brake fund. This is actually a really solid performance so far. I mean, look at the possession stats. We have none. And yet, the transition is just cracking. Give the people what they want. I'll get on WikiFeet. Colin McRae. Oh, what a legend. Ooh. This might have to be Pueo, honestly, because Raul is still... I'm trying to use him sparingly. Genuine question. Would it be worth us training Cole Pineda to play as a left winger as well? Just so we've got an immediate cover for Marquez if need be. And he's kind of already got this here. And I wonder if he's kind of got a lot of what we need for that role already. Just straight up winger attack. The flair is appalling. But the rest of him could be kind of solid. We'll try him out here and see what he does. As for the rest of this team, how's Steiny getting on? It is right. No, I'm going to get Steiny off for Ivanov. I'm going to give Ivanov another chance to not get a red card. It's what he's been all waiting for this whole time. It would eat a lot of CA. That's a good point. And I don't think that we're going to use him there that often, so perhaps it would be better to just sign someone in January. Yeah, how long does Ivanov stay on the pitch on this occasion? Here we go. Oh, speaking of, back on his right foot. Bang. Inspired substitution from Manager Man. Great finish from Ivanov. Didn't expect that. Why was he there? Like, I've just realised, what was Ivanov even doing in that spot? Bear in mind, he is the right-sided DM, the ball in midfielder. Why is he on the left side of the penalty area there? I mean, hey, he now has as many goals as he has red cards. So he's, he's 1 for 1. Shit. The sub has been subbed. I might actually bring on Bonner just because he might kick off if I don't bring him on. He has some kind of impact. Just not always the impact we're looking for. This is such a good performance. I'm sure we haven't got more in us. And the great thing is we don't have to worry about like resting players for this game because we've got the international break straight afterwards. Are we going to second phase them? Go on, Kenneth. Take them all on, buddy. Oh, he's been patient. I respect it. He's found new garage. Well, yes, Pog, but like that's the problem. So hard to find mechanics you can trust and yeah. Oh, Pineda? Oh, yeah. All stuff is installed. Well, yeah. It just concerns me that it's something that was installed not even that long ago that has failed again. But also failing with different fault conditions, which actually maybe isn't, Anyway, we'll discuss this later, Pogs. Are we just going to, like, pop the ball around until eventually we score? Because it sure is looking like that. This is a 500 IQ. The goal is coming. Pineda. Oh, look at the space for Ivanov. Why are you there? Why are you there, sir? That's his second goal of the game off the bench from ball-winning midfield. How has he done? I mean, look at this. He makes this run. Nobody tracks him. On the... Oh, that's a full volley. What a guy. Yes, he is. Yeah, that's him. That's why we drive, like, all the way to basically near my parents' house to actually get this done. Why are you there? Channeling my inner Nepenthes there. Has he got a PPM that I'm not familiar with? No. I was wondering if he had like some random kind of gets into opposition area or something, or arrives late in box for some reason, but he doesn't. I wonder if it's just his work rate and teamwork or whatever, and position that's defensive, are just allowing him to get into really good attacking positions. Because I just don't feel like I see Steinmetz popping up in those positions very often, if ever, really. Usually, and never from the left-hand side. He seems to be making these weird runs across to the left-hand side of the box. So odd. Pleased for him as hell, though. That is a great performance. 3-0 win. Inexplicable. I mean, they weren't exactly high XG chances, to be fair. He has just made the most of it. But what's his long shots? 10. Because her heart was tied, I guess. But either way, man has just gone, hey, I got this, lads. And apparently he does. Maybe there's just something about his combination of attributes that is going to cause him to be in weird positions. Now, that could mean that we get caught out defensively, but it certainly didn't look like it. If anything, it looked better when he came on. He's got... he was like... he almost played that ball in midfield role like a Segunda Volante, but with all the defensive responsibilities of a ball-winning midfielder. It's immense. Shout out to him. He'll never do it again. Watch how that be his only 2 goals that he ever scores for the club. Good point for Andorra as well, which is nice. Granada are getting absolutely cooked. I'd have taken 11 points from 7 games, especially with the fact that we've had the 3 qualifying games in there too. So as far as scouting goes today, we should be able to get into some European scouting, which would be nice. Somebody pulled calf muscle. Michel with the 60 months. Holy shit.
5 years of subscribing to this Twitch channel. A lifetime of friendship ahead. Yes, this is soppy, but who cares? I love you and I always will.
I love you.
And as any good friend does, I forgot to message you on Tuesday. Brilliant. Happy anniversary.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate it, sir. How are you? He is. He's the natural successor to Oriola. Even of impressive. He won every tackle. Or both of them. Bilal just didn't want to go to Morocco, which is ironic, really, because, I mean, Morocco isn't exactly far from Spain. It's like, come on, bud. Actually, I suppose everywhere is far from where we are. We are on Tenerife, after all, right? If anything, he's probably got a head start for some of the places that Morocco are going on international duty, right? Let's see where their games are. They've got a friendly against Egypt. And I think that's it. Oh, no, there's one in October as well against Mexico. Okay, that's tough. He does have to go to Mexico, so perhaps he thought, you know what, I'm going to just dip. Not fancying that one. Wait. Is that the same international break? They're just really far apart. I suppose they're a week apart, technically. Also, yeah, why are Morocco playing every game? Have they got like a stadium ban? That's a good point. He is closer than the other Moroccans. Agreed. This is where we find out that there's actually a... was the game played in the US? Even better. Right. Atletico... wow, this is unusual. Atletico are 7 for 7 in the league so far. And are actually, like, shipping a... well, not they're chefing a good amount of goals. 25 it's not Real Madrid numbers from last season. Which I still can't believe they scored 118 times and didn't win the league. That's obscene. Thank you, Beanie. So I'm glad someone likes it. Okay. What about the second tier? How are Betis getting on this year? Still exactly as mid as we expected them to be. They are an embarrassment. Also, sad news in real life that Tenerife got relegated to the 3rd tier of Spanish football. You hate to see it. Although, does mean perhaps an option for going to a game at some point. And obviously the lovely island of Tenerife while I'm there. Can't imagine there's any other reason why I'd go. I'm here purely for the football, chat. It's what I do. I'm a purist. Ooh, West Bromwich Albion not having a great return to the Premier League. Is this their first time up in this save? Yes, it is. Under Axel Burgo. Click my inbox times. Go on, now hang on. James. I could sit down. I'll just let you take this over the stream at this point, right? Be much better. Guess you do, yeah? Midlands is not having the best time of it in the Premier League, no. Bit of that. Loads of loan stuff, good news. Oh, homegrown, love to see it. Who's useful in a homegrown next season? Oh shit, okay. Dosso. That's good news. Spent nothing. Hey, they could turn it around. Maybe they are maybe they're just being unlucky. Let's check the XG table. Oh, they actually are kind of unlucky. In fact, they're already at -6. So maybe there's hope for them yet. Given that Portsmouth have done wild things despite not signing any of our players. Dosso came at 19. I thought so as well. But I guess... Is this one of these weird ones where there's some random, like, loophole that we occasionally fell into when we were with Tromsø and could never understand why? Maybe it was the fake Dosso. No, I'm fairly certain I signed the fake Dosso afterwards. So Steven Gerrard, currently Wolves manager, they poached him off of Salford City of all places. They do still have Guy Joloff. They've got an Ivorian hot prospect. They got him off of Road Edge. Wait, who did they get him off of, though? CF Deportivo Football Academy. I've never heard of them. Wow. Okay, so they managed to sign him off a club that has no players. He must have been one of those players that randomly appears and then they have like one player in their team. Those are usually the ones you really want. I find that when these clubs produce like a solo player, it feels like there's just a higher chance of them being good. Loophole. No! Now what have you done? Belgian affiliate. Maybe. No affiliates. They're just a completely random team in the academies of Ivor. This is the thing. You're never going to be able to get these guys. The mouse. It's Red Dragon M910KS, I think. When we signed Dosso. Yeah, sure. Last in the Prem. No, I think Wolves have actually only just been relegated. One sec. Okay, then they're a new one for my brain. I'm liking these green arrows, even if I'm still feeling like he's kind of maxed out fairly soon, but that might be a good time to... Thank you, Rob. Thank you. Walluez. Shout out to Walluez. It makes me think of Sweeper, which I listened to this morning in bed. Great episode. Particularly all the stuff about the Sudanese teams that are playing in Mauritania and how one of them won the league, but because they're a guest team, they're not allowed to technically win it. Right. What we're looking at? Oh, yeah, transfer history. Not Dosso's profile. Close enough. Ooh, come back to that. That might be interesting. Jebbaroo! Thank you for the 14 months, my friend. I do be having the gas right now.
You've got gas.
I do. I'm a gassy boy. One of the gas boys. There's Zuma Dosso, so it has to be here. So the 1st of February... Wait, is that the 1st of February? Yeah, 1st of February 2035 was when he signed. Which means I think he would have been 19, no? Fairly certain he would have been 19. Interesting. Hello, Daz. How's it going, man? I did actually watch some of the the Conference League final last night. I wasn't going to, and then I saw Betis take the lead, and I thought, might want to watch this. So I'd like to apologise to any Betis fans because they started playing like crap the moment I started watching the game. Maybe there's like a different... It's my fault. Yeah, it is emphatically my fault. Huachipato. I probably should check those reports, actually. I don't think I did that enough last stream. Thank you for your service. Your comment in the intro about how... What was it? More like Real Betis, they got absolutely slurped. I've never heard slurped used in that context before. Yeah, I didn't even actually see their goal. Well, I saw the replays of it, obviously. But they just couldn't do it. It was just one of those things where once they got hit with that 1-2 punch... It felt like it was inevitably going to go that way. So, well, for whatever reason, he is going to count as homegrown. Maybe there's slightly different rules in Spain. Weird. It's weird that he feels he's as young as this, because he feels like he's an older player than that. He's going to be perfect, I think. Even if he doesn't get that much better, he's going to be such a perfect, like, hold man until we get a guy that's going to actually take that role permanently. Spain when he was younger. Oh, good point. Homegrown for Europe. Yes. Yeah. But those rules are universal. He can't count as homegrown for... Well, he doesn't need to count as homegrown for Spanish because there's no reason to. Right. What we got? Hello. There's a couple of players in there worth a little looky. Not a huge amount of them, but some. Chile was a little bit of a letdown, unless we've only just got to Chile, in which case it's not been a letdown yet. Valentin Ortega. Luis Cabrera. Yes, that clause could be intriguing. I don't know who the guy is, to be fair. Benjamin Padilla. What about this guy here? Christian Bizarma. Christian Bizarma. He's okay. What about Agustin Fernandez? Tell you what, though. Whoever these guys are, Racing Club de Montevideo, that's, for a team with 10 youth recruitment, they've produced quite a lot of players that might be reasonably all right here. Takes 2 years to be hungry. Weird. I thought it was 3. That would be Bay again, account user. On account of me using the word loophole, and then it's just, I've triggered chat. Let's have a look at this clause then. Who is Jonathan Perez? Oh, no way. Surely I'm not going to make more money off this deal. That seems unfair at this point. So this is the guy that we signed for free off of Olympia in January and then sold back to them in January for £8 million. So that's the current total. How much are they willing to pay us? Yeah, you know, what's another... That takes us to nearly £10 million on this deal for Jonathan Perez. Immense. What are they doing? How much profit could they realistically make on the next deal? Actually, to be fair, he probably does have quite high value now, right? Yeah, I was going to say, where are they finding this money? I guess it's probably, if I was to guess, because Olympia have probably sold a lot of their... They do have 30 million in the bank, in fairness. I suspect it's because they have a decent enough rep that they can keep signing people for... Lads, have you actually sold anyone for any kind of money? Wow. They just... How have they managed to bungle it this badly? Tycoon, maybe. Nope. Immense. They must have some sell-ons in there, because to me it's just crazy that they've not sold anyone for decent money. They just seem to... The players are actually worth quite a lot of money, but they just never managed to sell them. Right, we want Waluez of the BVIs. I do like that badge. Any good names in the club? What we got? Ooh, Aeon Cardle is a great one. I've never seen Aeon as a first name before. Danny Dobbs, Aaron Reed, Gethin Jones of Blue Peter. This is not Avatar. Does he even count competitions in this? Oh, they've won 1 cup in the first season? Okay. Damn, they got 15 youth recruitment. If only they could... Road Town. Love that as well. Why is it being weird? Yeah, it's... I mean, to be fair, they probably got some more clauses as well, because that guy they sold to... Was it Roma? The one we tried to get as well. Nice. Keeping the theme change and let it maybe. Who the as if they've done it again. How much have Napoli spent this... Alright, here's a go, chat. Closest to the pin. How much money have Napoli spent this season? I'm going to go 190 million in summer. Maybe that's overdoing it slightly. Since they usually spend over 200 million, but that's over a full season. Because they just keep doing it. Let's see. With Pep. 247 million in this summer. I didn't actually think it was as much as that. That's just the summer window. 247 million. If anything, this signing of Mihailovic seems a little bit like, what are you doing, lads? Why are you spending £4 million on a player? But even he looks kind of tasty as well. He's the only player they signed for less than 30 million quid. They signed a guy called Isaias Falcone. Juicy from us, obviously. David Hernandez from Athletic Club for 74 million quid. Goran Kosic. And then lastly, Bogdanovic from Borough. Good God. Yeah, they have sold a few players this time around. Most of that was Johnny Birkner to Paris Saint-Germain. What about last season in total? 337 million last year, because that still includes them also dropping a few in January, but must admit, most of that was the 215 million pounds that they spent on Nermin Karic of Arsenal. The worst thing about it is we found that player back when he was at, was it Osijek or Dinamo? Lokomotiva. And we've just watched him become an absolute elite midfielder. He's 22. This guy's probably got, like, dare I say it, even into the 190s of PA, perhaps, to be that good, that young. He might be one of the best players in the world, honestly. Australian players. I'm not sure, actually. As far as regens go, I usually find a lot of the best Australian regens end up in Germany. He's another Ncube. Yeah, I think he might be even better than Ncube, honestly. So top players for Australia, they've obviously got Nestori, but he's a regen. Sorry, he's not a regen. They've got Alessandro Shikati. No, he's not a regen either. Good lord. Are all their best players just like not Lewis Edwards of Everton? He's okay. Obviously got Garen Cole there. Stuart Haley of Liverpool. He's pretty decent. Actually, he's very decent. He's 20 years old. He might be your best bet. And obviously we've got Manny Whitby of Tenerife. And obviously Douglas Calburn. Yeah, they're good, but not like elite. Usually you get at least one in every save. Oh, money. Oh yeah, if I had that kind of money, man. To be honest, right, we already have more money than we know what to do with currently, because usually you don't even need that kind of cash to buy the kind of players we want. Because the thing is, with Napoli signing someone like Nerman Karic, there's just no upside to that. Well, okay, there is. I mean, they might win Scudettos and stuff, but they've won nothing on a European level, as far as I can tell. And they didn't even win the Scudetto last season. But let's just look at Napoli's trophy history right now to see how much this recently money has managed to earn them in terms of like trophies. So they have won some titles. In fact, they've actually only won 2. They won 1 Europa League, but that was before the money. Have they even won Coppa Italia? Is that it? Oh, they have won 3 Coppa Italias as well. But still, it's not like their balance is actually negative now. Have they got... Would be quite funny if they just like no longer have... No, so the Tycoon took over in 2029. So they've still won a few bits, but nothing really... Their one European title, ironically, was before the Tycoon took over. Like, with the kind of money they're spending, they really should be winning Champions Leagues or getting deep in the Champions Leagues. Yeah, that's the thing. They're on negative balance and they still have more budget, which is mental when you consider they've already spent, what was it, over 120 million net this season. Mad. Hello, Archer. What was I going to check? Oh, I need to put some friendlies in. Very important. Let me just keep the guys pumping. Might dump one in there as well, actually. Just to, yeah. We've got a longer break, so we may as well make the most of it. Guimar, who can we play? The random teams from Canada and the US that we end up playing up against here, which is always fun. Large reputation teams? Nah, do I want that? Very small reputation team. Go on, give me terror! Or give me death. They probably bought Impact for that reason. You'd expect so. I mean, they sacked Jose Enrique last season for not winning the league. Because with that squad, they really should be. Spends much time to look. Well, the thing is, they have plenty of cash because they've got like one of those massive tycoons. The ones that actually like pump money into the club regularly. But what was I going to check? So they're third in Serie A this season. They didn't win the league last season. They are admittedly only 1 point off the top. But, you know, they can't afford to only have 2 Scudettos to show for it. In addition, wait till you see the wage spending. Also, they are so odds-on favourites, it's unbelievable. But wait till you see the wage spending. It's mad. They are spending over nearly £100 million a year more than the second place team in wages. I reckon if you added up the entire bottom half, no, maybe the bottom 8, I would say from Roma down, if you put all of their wage budgets together, they would still be spending less money combined per season than Napoli are. That's... Yeah, Yamal's still playing. He's only like 29 in this save. Shout out to Lecce. £11 million a year. So I can go away quickly. Well, it's been 7 years, and there's no signs of him scaling down funding. So I suspect it's just because they actually are technically winning some stuff, because they're winning like random things, I guess. I don't know. But it is a bit surprising. They have won 2 league titles, in fairness, and I think 1 Coppa Italia, which is still not good enough. That's what I was going to look at. I was going to look at how they've done in Europe, like what their actual record in the Champions League is. So when they took over here, round of 16, knockout playoff round, league phase, round of 16, did get to a semi-final but lost to Spurs. And they're currently 18th. You've got to be better than that. It's just not good enough. Anyone crazy in the Champions League? This is SJK. Shout out to SJK in the Champions League. Dosso was born in 2015, yeah. Basel up there as well, which is pretty sick. Any randos in the Europa? Lee's in there. Hearts. Le Chouinge. Okay. Mainz. Manchester City in the Europa League, okay. Alverca, Bran, Lask. Rana's in there too, St. Tralden. Dinamo Minsk. And obviously we've got our own loveliness in the Conference League, which we are obviously dominating. Carabobo, what a great team name. Not familiar with their game. Ooh, hello. Lorenzo. Lorenzo. Note. What do I like about Lorenzo here? He's Italian. Lorenzo Pietrangeli. If he's any good, his Italianness could make him a worthwhile signing. Wait, Barcelona bottom, did you say? In fairness, they probably only played one game. No, it's two, isn't it? Because... One sec, where are we? It will be 2 games played because the Conference League, they've lost to Bayern at home and Juventus at home. Oofy. Yeah, that's not gone well for them there. The fact that they've already lost 2 of their home games. Ten Hag masterclass. How on earth is he there? He has truly failed up in this save. Ooh, Socorro has now qualified as homegrown, as has a Jose. Any other ones that are interesting coming up soon in this one? Dosso, obviously. The rest... Oh, it's good to see that Socorro and Ayose count, though, even if it's the other Ayose. Ooh, scout report. Here we go. At least they're not last. This is true. I'm sure the fans will take great solace in the fact that they're only 35th instead of 36th. Right. Remove the elderlies. Oh, that's actually one of the Australian lads. In this very report, on the day of our Lord. Zurich. That was the guy we had on loan that we couldn't actually do much with. But he doesn't seem to have... He seems to have stalled out quite a lot. And luckily, that's a position that we're absolutely stacked in now. So I think we dodged a bullet on him slightly. Yes, Kopchik would be world class. Unfortunately, Dortmund found him before we did. Yeah, I assume that's the guy you're referring to. Wait, is it spelled like that? Is that Kopchik? Yeah, he's insane. But Dortmund found him before we did. They must have signed him when he was like 15 or 16. He looks like an absolute tormentor in the future of this save. What is it? It's Ape Japes. They're a Cameroonian club. I bought the shirt from Chat like 4 years ago, but I couldn't fit in it. For his top shag. Oh, I'm afraid I'm busy today, Harv. Meet me later. Low farm can be recalled. I don't think so. It's just another of those things that FM doesn't do a very good job at explaining to you, unfortunately. You really do just have to... Christ, I'm trying to think of any way you could even know that information. No, doesn't know what the set pieces are, but everything else he's got in an absolute... Who the fuck are you? Oh, we looked at this guy before, didn't we? I'm still intrigued by him on account of his 22-ness. And we seem to be unable to get any knowledge on Minji. We've been scouting this guy since... He wasn't even a Natty Cat, or was he a Natty Cat guy? Even so, we've still got nothing on him. But that's fine. The values are good. So in that case, let's just switch over to potential. We can eliminate a lot of these chaps who've just fallen off the bottom of the radar a little bit now. The Minge mystery remains. Brambia's fallen off a little bit. Lucas Bank, not as good anymore either. Zurich, I'm not too fussed about. You guys look fair. The Iraqi dude's fallen off as well. And the Hungarian at Bolton. Disappointing. I like being at this point of a save because we can still just solely go for guys that have got something in the 5 stars because we're small enough club for that to matter. Samaranese dude at Lorient's fun. Oh, we know he's got caps, hasn't he? Yeah. Media personalities affect a player develops to his full potential. 100%. Because essentially, a media... just find a player I've actually got better knowledge of to demonstrate this point. Sorry, mouse was playing up a little bit there. Good God, that's a lot of players to send around again. That's like most of them. It's like, come on, Scouts, you're better than this. Let me do that. And Bubble, thank you very much for the 55 months. Shout out, Mum. How you feeling? How's Dad? Is Pog there? Right, let me just find you a player randomly to show you this. So yeah, media handling will affect how the player develops, but not because of like it's sort of like a basically media handling is just another thing that is set based on hidden attributes in the same way that a player's personality is. It's filtered in the same way. So it can be used as an indicator to what some of their hidden attributes are. So for me, I always want my players to have the most professionalism as high as possible, basically. So the best media handling styles that indicate that, as far as I'm aware, are unflappable, evasive, and reserved. I think evasive is the one where it's 15 to 17, which is good. Obviously, it means that they're not going to have it as like 20, but it also means that the reason evasive is really useful is because it's a really tight range. Taking M's pickup car. Oh, well, already. Fuck me, that was fast. Suspiciously fast. How's that never why, Dad? Oh dear. Yeah, he's kind of interesting. I mean, he's not Kafuchenko, but that's good. Oh, is the Istro guy back? In it, Mike. That's the sequel. From Belo Horizonte. That was what it was. Light-hearted and evasive. There was a brilliant website that FM Guru showed me. It was originally in French, but there was an English version made after I spoke to him about it. And it would allow you to put in certain things about your players, and it would give you an estimation about what their media handling styles were. Got to all apart. Ah, I see. Right. So the car is not fixed and the brakes are still... That seems odd. Hidden, that's the one, yes. Oh, we got two of them. Yeah, this guy's the next Neymar. Apparently. Which I'm suspicious of, I'll admit. But... means he'll be on a relative around his sister's birthday. Good point, yes. We'll definitely shortlist him, right? Because he's bound to be... I need to start looking at that a little bit more. The whole next this, next that kind of vibes. Juan... I thought his name was Vanilla then. I guess it'd be Vanilla. He's actually from Gijón. Very cheap. 17. Yeah, I feel like... I wonder why what the game uses as a basis to decide whether a player is the next X, Y, or Z, right? Diomedes Kobo. He's available for free. I suspect that he's got an extension clause, which they always do. Could be a different Neymar. Fair. Ooh. Yeah, he's not interested. However, what I will do is shortlist him so that we can maybe get him closer to the time in case they don't extend the clause. Why is my mouse going funny? There we go. Julian Vasquez. We've looked at him. No, not Julian. Julian Vasquez. Oh, he's at Real Madrid. I think we found him when he was when playing for Castilla or something. Still surprisingly cheap, but he will cost a fortune because Real Madrid. Ooh. The Latvian Alex Iwobi. That's great. My favourite one was the Turkish Delict. I've never seen anyone that comes close to the Turkish Delict. You're at Athletic Club. Christian Furtado. He's kind of intriguing. I think the problem with all these guys, basically, is that until these guys turn 18, we're simply not going to be able to get involved in signing them because they're just not going to have any of it. You're 19. Release clause is good, but again, non-EU. Well, I don't care about non-EU for some of the younger players. To be fair, he's a breakthrough prospect. Like, fickle personality. Fair one, man. This guy is 21. We don't really need another goalie right now. How's El Shazli looking, other than injured? Is it just because the player was tall? I just wonder if it's because of is it like attribute archetypes or something? Where like if they have like a similar setup. Then again, as you say, Neymar would have better dribbling than that, you'd think, right? They should do band save. Second. We got Malta to second for a while, but then ended up slipping to third by the end of the save. And it was basically your biggest issue is you need England to have a fall off, basically, because it's so difficult to stop them otherwise. And I have seen it happen in saves before where England have fallen off quite a bit, but it just hasn't when we've needed it to. Who are you? Thoughts on Skander Ghazwani? Good jumping reach. Tackling's solid. Heading's not great. Aggression's a bit low. The national team, I don't know. I don't mess with the national teams. That's not how. I don't manage national teams. EU as well. I think he might have already counted. 6 million good. I don't know. That's the problem. It's because Tunisia. Born in Tunisia. Oh, I remember scouting this guy. The other problem is I suspect that he'd want quite a large wage. Wait, they want between... That means they'd actually possibly take less than his release clause to go on loan. I believe they do, yes. I think you have to have at least a... I don't know if it has to be professional. I think it can be semi-pro, but I think it has to be a, like, it can't be a non-contract or amateur deal, I think. I might be wrong about that, because I'm pretty certain that there are some leagues that are entirely semi-professional and you have to be... But amateurs and non-contract guys can't be. Because, essentially, with amateur and non-contract players, you can't loan a player to someone because you don't have a contract to loan them. And at that stage, you may as well just sign them, right? Ball-playing defender. Yeah, he's got good passing. How's the money situation? We got, like, what was it, 40 mil? 40 mil. There is a Wempy vibe about him. The ambitiousness there. Adaptability is kind of low, which is always a concern. Let's see what they're just going to default to the release clause, aren't they? Yeah. Would you accept 5? Because why not? I mean, there's plenty of reasons why not, but I actually don't mind him. I think he might be a bit... I think he's a bit expensive, honestly, but I'm willing to give it a go. I think we could probably find better... God, I wish we managed to get Cabanas. He would have been fun. And those types of players. Yeah, and I try to avoid doing it because I just find that it doesn't work very well, spending that kind of money on those types of players exactly. What also worries me about him was his lack of, like, pure potential. Natural libero is always a fun one to see. Can't sign him either. What's he the next? Oh, he's the next Brazil. Just in general. 5 minutes. Yeah, I think I probably should have gone a bit cheaper, but oh well. Puentes. Average. Marcelo Ponce. At least Vanderlay's happy to stay as well, so that should sort things out a little bit. Kratky. He's intriguing. I think if Dosso left, Carroll is fast as fuck. Now, we've been looking at it for a while. Clearly, there's a reason we didn't pull the trigger, and I'm suspecting the reason we didn't pull the trigger is because of the 7.6 million. It's good to keep him around, though. Like, he's not a player that I can realistically sign right now because there's nowhere in the squad for him. Fast, tall, and can jump. Yeah, I mean, he's definitely... Oh, here he is. This is Kafuchenko. Still touted as the next Cafu, despite this. Makes you wonder if your scouts are wrong. I definitely want to sign Douglas anyway, when we can, just because Kafuchenko, right? But Guzman, we don't need any more left backs. Souza's another goalie. God, the sooner we... Ooh. 20... No, he's 20, though. And non-EU. Okay. Cracky's definitely one to keep an eye on, though. Just because... Right now, we have no place in the squad for him. But if Dosso gets his clause triggered, then it allows us to have someone else in the way to just allow Raul a bit more development time. The next Japanese guy, innit? Breakthrough prospect. That's good news, at least. He's not going to be, like, obsessed with starting constantly. That's a very low release clause. I want at least 30 on you there, bud. The downside with this guy is that he's got 4 caps. So it's going to be really hard to get him on a... Ah, actually, with him, I could just put him on a much better base wage, couldn't I? If I offer him more like 9k a week. Nope, nope. Okay, apparently he wants all the stuff I've just offered him and all the... They got to sort that. They can't just have it so that if you offer them a shitload more money, they put all the stuff they originally wanted back in, but keep the money on there. It's like, what? That's actually okay. Basically, we'd end up paying him more if I was to put that other clause in anyway, because he's going to get another cap soon anyway. Regular players. I have mostly just got one shortlist. If I'm playing a save normally, I would just have a single shortlist, which is just the default shortlist. But obviously in this one, I have a couple of others which have just been used for like random stuff to do with the save and obviously the Patreon regens. So most of the time, I just work off of a single shortlist. Generally speaking, anyway. Yeah, the agents... I often feel like I blame players for how wimpy their agents are, but at the end of the day, they are the person that the player has chosen to employ. Right kind of traits? No, because I don't really... Likes to be offside trap. I mean, put it this way, unless that's on my centre-back, I'm not super concerned about it. Like, I prefer players to have as few traits as possible for the most part, because I've really struggled to find a way... I prefer the blank slate players. Pretty much. Because The only reason I would not sign a player because of a trait is if that trait is absolutely catastrophic. Like having a centre-back with shoots from distance and has like 3 long shots. That for me would be a bit... And even then, if they're a world-class looking player, I'll still bring them in anyway because you can just get rid of the trait. Unless you're Karapchea, who has just this compulsion to shoot from distance no matter where on the pitch he is, apparently. Though what I would say is we've not actually seen him do it. Either that or it's just because every time he does it, it doesn't feature in a highlight because the shot is so wayward. One of these days, that trait is going to come in handy for us when he bangs one top bins in the Champions League final. 9. Yeah, 9 is... Honestly, 9 is still too low for me. I don't want a player having shoots from distance unless they've got like 15 long shots, really. Spending scouting budget. True, but remember, you don't have... As in, if you've got worldwide scouting, which is much easier to have on FM these days than it used to be, then it doesn't really matter who's being kept. The only thing I would say is it's not going to cost... It will just come out of your scouting budget. But it will take up your scouts' time. Yeah, I always put friendlies during international breaks because it's a great way of keeping match sharpness up for the players that are obviously available for the games, because not everyone's getting call-ups. Like, for example, Dosso somehow managed to dodge an Ivory Coast call-up, so he just gets a free game to score a few goals. It's great for morale, it's good for match fitness, good to try out some extra players. I always do that. Glenn Coates. He must still be popping, right? Glenny boy. He was at Liverpool, if I remember correctly. Yes. He's got that classic AI winger attribute of 20 agility. £101 million and it still looks like a bargain. It's actually kind of crazy that he's only got 54 caps at 28. Has he retired from international football or something? That's like weirdly low. I'd have thought he would have been way clear of that now. He's still very good though. I mean, it got Northern Ireland to a Euros if I recall. I mean, they actually sit now 61st in the world under Stuart Glennie. He is their key player, obviously. Where was he born? Good question. Wow, hello. Oh, that's the guy that was... Wait, no, who is that? Weird. No caps Alex, maybe. Where was he born? He was born in Newton Abbey. I like that he made his debut against Bolivia. That's just fun, isn't it? Maybe he has had major injuries? 5 weeks. 5 weeks. No, his longest injuries have been like 4 or 5 weeks. How odd. 18 about Accrington Stanley. That's actually quite low. Unless the 18... Was he on loan, potentially? Because that might be the reason. Sometimes you see that. I don't think he is. Oh, yeah, he is. On loan from Bournemouth. Also, he doesn't actually have caps yet, but he is in the squad. Which is still a good sign. And weirdly, his loan expires on the 24th of January. Are Bournemouth playing some like high IQ game that I'm just not familiar with? What a strange... I'm guessing it's just they've done like one of those like X amount of month loans or something. And it just happens to expire in January. Maybe it was like a 6-month loan that they did in July 24th. How odd. Oh, that's the club we're playing in the friendly. Max points from the bottom 10 sides, 0 points from any of the top 10 teams in the league. Weirdly, one of the Sirens tactics I was testing last year off stream. How the fuck did we just lose? Oh, that's the league. Still a bit concerning that we're losing these league games. Literally only outside the relegation zone on... don't you dare get relegated, lads. We're going to have to put some of the guys down there. Jambalaya, thank you very much for the 22 months at tier 3. That's mad, man. Thank you so much, man. So yeah, basically one of the Sirens tactics was really, really good against the bad teams, but it was appalling against the big teams. And I had another version of it, which was only really good against the teams around the middle. Yeah, so Ron has just got... How's he getting on? He's got 2-2 in League 2. I can only hope that it's going to encourage him to buy him. Because now Ron's costing us even more money. Put Svenny in the B team. I'm actually not allowed to, I don't think. Actually, might be able to. But to be fair, I want to keep Sven around. I don't think he's going to really help them a lot at this point. New France star speaks of his pride. Who the fuck have we got that's just got a cap for France? Australia into the African Cup of Nations, maybe. Surely it... Cole? Damn, okay. I'll be honest with you. Did not see him getting France caps. I figured he would be one of those players that sticks around as being French for a little bit, then decides to become American because, obviously. So the fact that we've got a French international at 19, that's wild. Like, I like him, but is he France international good? Either way, it's just cost us a fortune. Because now he's on 27 grand a week. I'm actually not sure what he was on before, in fairness. They must be... Either they had a gap in that in their squad, or... I mean, they obviously had to have, otherwise he wouldn't have played. Or they maybe just have loads of injuries in that specific part of the team for whatever reason, and Cole was the next best thing. Because the thing is, he's not even a starter for us at the moment. My suspicion, Mr. Bigwig, if that's the way it's working... that's going to help us. Is that it's most likely too aggressive. And so that when teams... When you're playing against worse teams, you can just overpower them. But the moment you come up against someone who's good, they will just tear you apart. That's why I try to find tactics that have a bit of balance about them. Who did France play? Good question, actually. Yeah, they don't want the Yanks getting him. He just doesn't sound... He doesn't even sound French in any way. Like, even Pineda. God, you're worth a lot. I think we might have lucked out with Ian. Who's getting call-ups now? Hey, there we go, Cyril. For another... Yeah? I think that Portea... The thing is, Portea is going to end up qualifying for homegrown anyway, so... I'm still not sure Portea is, like, long-term what we're looking for anyway, because he's 28 years old, so he's not going to be able to develop. The great thing about this is he's now injured for 5 weeks. So I don't believe... Since I can't play him for the next rest of this promise, we may have just got a great way of getting out of that promise. Although, I think I'd rather have just played him, honestly. Pinedo. That's true. Wrong one. Don't know where we're going to get to today, to be honest, because it depends on how long it takes Pog to get back from my parents' house. Because she'll be bringing me cake. Vinko is definitely going to get an opportunity, as is Mbala. I'll just do the same thing I always do. Good God. That's a really strong side. Who wants to play? Yes, sorry. Thank you for keeping me on track. Gorka's hurt himself. I like that. I type in France and a player comes up above France. You're bigger than France, sir. Alexandre Dejeau is the manager right now. France's game that he played in was against Greece when they actually won. I think that's the one anyway. It might have been the Denmark one, actually. Nope. Yeah, it was. It was the Denmark game where he played in. It's an interesting France team. Oh, Pineda did come on in that game as well, actually. So, actually, that might be the one that he played. Wait, did he come on really late? 81st minute. So, I'm pretty certain he hasn't even got a rating, because I don't think he played in this game, did he? No. So, they brought him on as a late sub. Also, they lost at home to Denmark. France are just continuing to be French. Gorka, no. But also, Gorka, yes. I'm thinking he is going to be great later down the line in that role. If you could just stay fit. Injections for you, my son. Yeah, to be fair, if you have an attack that's that aggressive, you could still stay up quite comfortably because you'll be able to beat a lot of the teams around you, but it will make it harder to progress. The one thing that you'll be able to do is just if you keep signing better players and start developing your guys, then you could actually keep that aggressive approach, and slowly but surely the number of teams that count as beneath you will increase. Player call up for Burundi. Yeah, so basically the only reason we signed him, Jade, is because Burundi. We did natty caps in the summer and decided, fuck it, he looks not completely horrendous. And that's good enough for me. Kone has just won that. He was that, like, Cyril Dosso replacement we were looking at. But honestly, I think I prefer the Czech dude. Ron just came second in Player of the Month in League 2. He really is our problematic queen, isn't he? I'm even starting to come around to... If he wasn't being paid so much, I would start to like him. Or, how about this, Jesse? Maybe Cole Pineda is actually from, like, Louisiana. There's still quite a large French diaspora in Louisiana, is there not? So maybe that's where he's from. We actually haven't checked where he's from, have we? FM, there we go. How are we only B rated? We've done so well this season. Let me just check, actually, old Coley boy. The Cajuns, exactly. But he loves a beignet. This is where he's from, like, Venice Beach. Oh. Well, that makes sense too. He's from Le Havre. Because that's the club he came through at. Kind of makes sense, I guess. Achilles tendonitis. Thing is, dog, I can't even tell if you're joking at this point. You don't want that. Would not recommend Achilles tendonitis. Not joking. Seriously. Do you know, Doc, I've heard tales of this Swedish doctor. Now, don't ask me who told me about him. Can't remember. Honestly, sounds dumb, but I mean, I know you already know this, right? But what the thing that worked for me specially was every time in the morning when I was cleaning my teeth, I would literally just go up on tiptoes like this and then back down and then rock back onto my heels and then up like this. And then when I got to like the second segment of teeth cleaning, because again, my brain works like that, I would stay on my tiptoes for the entire time and it sort of trained my balance on my Achilles and stuff. And then before I go running, I'll do like single leg tiptoe raises with my leg like held up like this. And I find that actually did a really good job at getting rid of it over time. But I still feel it in the morning sometimes. Tendonitis, it's the inflammation of the tendons. It's quite common in running. Achilles tendonitis is very, very common. As is patella tendonitis, as far as I remember correctly, which I believe is what's going on with Anthony Robinson right now. Hampshire. Yes, Hampshire is a Patreon region, but I think that name... I think I have seen that name in the game before. Housemaid's knee, there you go. Wouldn't be good for me, hey. It's great. If I just didn't do whatever I've done on my leg, it'd be great. God, I miss it so much. Pog and I went out briefly last night and I was like, shit, I haven't left the house since fucking Sunday evening. No, Saturday night. And I was like, Christ, I hate this so much. Because I can't even go for walks at the moment because I don't want to risk, like, yeah. Too dangerous, yeah, true. Basically, one of the things that a lot of these running injuries can be avoided by strength training because you strengthen the muscles around those tendons and thus it puts less pressure on them. So same as when Pog was suffering with ITB issues. It's just strengthening it. Yeah, the Fulham left back. I think he actually had Achilles tendonitis as well, in fairness. Or don't run. I mean, that is an option too, but I would never suggest it. It's too much fun. I hate it though, because every time I go, I can't run this week either, I have to update the plan and then it goes, your half marathon time slipping there, bud. I'm like, I know. For sciatic nerve, yeah. And I bet that's fucking painful. ITV issues, yeah. It's not HD, mate. God, I hate ITV players so much. I was just in case there's no confusion. I said ITB, which is intertibial band. I think it's like a thing that runs down the outside of your leg, from your like. You can feel it. Like if you put your hand just above your knee on the right side of your leg, you'll feel like this hard bit there. Iliotibial band, yes. But it's like that, as far as if I remember correctly. Pog's quite prone to pain there because she has quite. Pog used to have or say used to, still technically does because of the way it works. Osgood-Schlatter's syndrome, which causes this like second bump underneath your knee. Can be quite painful. Usually, she was told a lot when she was a kid that she would grow out of it with age, and I think she has to a little extent, but not the same. Ibu Gomez is. I mean, I wouldn't mind taking you back. There's really no harm in that, right? If he's not going to play for them, then to the B team with you, that will help him out a little bit. Pocket job. Not yet, no, but there is something potentially cool happening, but we'll see. She hasn't mentioned it just because she doesn't want to jinx it, you know. The British CS team. Embezzled? No. Right. How long do we actually have to play? There we go. Oh, it's Las Palmas. That could only go one way. Hang on. That doesn't sound like a... Finally! Chat, we're back into EU scouting again. We're back into Europe. We might be able to realistically sign players from our scout reports. Who knew? I might finally get my Albanian wonder kid. Oh, we got some Greek guys here. Beckham Quote. I love this. Brighton have a dude called Beckham Pote. Immense. There's also this guy, Makis Kovalovs. Sorry, Kolovov. Sorry, Kolovos. Oh, he's so slow, though. Very expensive as well. There's another good Albanian there. Venezuelan still. Tell you what, Atromitos have got some poggy-looking players here. Akisiros. 16 jumping reach. Not bad. Used to be CS. Like, hey, they find a way to make it happen. Meniscus rupture. Jesus Christ, yeah, that sounds appalling. I've never had too many severe injuries, honestly. I've been quite lucky. This is the first, like... wow. Okay, recalling him certainly did nothing there. Lads, why are we so bad in this division? We have... What on earth? Get it together. That's super strange. Have I fucked this somehow by... Because they are playing the old style tactic, but that should be working. And it's weird that it's not. That is really strange to me that it's not working that well. Either that or we've just taken too many of the good players. Maybe it's because I had Socorro for games last year. Sack manager, sell goalkeeper, true. Affect the development compared to having them in the first team. Or if they're in the first team and not... What affects your youth players' development the most is playing time. So if you're going to put them in the first team and not play them, then you're wasting their... I'd much rather them be in the B team and playing matches, especially when the B team plays in an established league as now Raul's hurt himself. How long is 11 6? Yeah. I think some people just grow out of it. But it's, I guess with height, right? Like how... Yeah, it's weird though, but it was working last season for them until, ironically, we changed to our other tactic, but then kept them on the other tactic. B-team wage cap. I haven't had any issues with it so far. Do they have a goal? Oh, you're right. Yeah, they must do, right? But that is a good point. It would be funny if it was just that they don't have a goalie. Let me just check that, actually. Because we have kind of held off signing goalkeepers just because... Oh, God, imagine if it was that.
Cosmetic surgery used to be such a taboo subject. But these days you can talk about Botox and nobody raises an eyebrow.
Thank you for the 42 months, Kaka. How's it going, man? How'd it get running? In 2019, February 2019, I just woke up one morning and went, fuck it, I'm going to go for a run. And then I just, then I got home and I was sick. And then I went, that was amazing and I felt great. And then I did it loads, gave myself shin splints, had to stop for ages because I got hyper-focused on it and did nothing but read about running stuff for like 2 months. Then I started to exercise some self-control and was able to actually start training properly. Then COVID hit and I stopped again. And now finally I was getting back into it properly. Like, when I just got this injury now, I was at my, like, fittest probably since COVID. So that's how I got into it. I just decided to do it one day, and just the feeling I got afterwards was immense. So, Yereme's in goal. They don't have a goalie. The B team don't have a goalie. That might be it. Why are the B team doing so poorly? Gee, could it be because they don't have a goalie, Matt? Here's a thought. Why? The reason they don't have a goalie is because... let me see if there's an under-19 guy first. Damn, they're all out on loan. Oh, there is one here. Amiche Lenza. There's also Ael Garcia. Who is in... Yeah. I don't know if I'm even allowed to put Manny in this squad. Yeah, because he's registered. I think the other guys will be... I think just having a goalkeeper is probably going to be enough. We'll have to measure it, though. It went wrong when we took Socorro out of the team. Exactly, yeah. When we moved Socorro up to be in the first team. Because it was fine last year because he was playing in both games. Because he was a goalie. Free agent goalkeeper. I think I'd rather just play one of the youth guys. Honestly. Shin splints. Basically, it's... Doc Paul will have a better explanation of it, but from my understanding, shin splints is essentially an overuse injury. So you create tiny, tiny microfractures in your tibia and fibia, if I recall correctly, due to the pounding of running too much. It's very, very minor, but it can be very painful and takes quite a while to heal. That's my understanding of it. I'm sure there's much more detailed explanations that are much more medically correct than that, but that's my understanding of what it is. Under 19s will have a goalkeeper now too. Do you know what? I reckon they could survive. But here's a good point as well. We'll see how they do. Oh, Kenneth Bonner's getting Nigeria caps. Good to see, lad. Love to see it. Oh, shit. Wait, hang on. He just got a Gambia cap. That's good news. You're on a lot of money. He might be the kind of guy that I look to sell if we can get any kind of bids on him, because he seems to have a load of value all of a sudden. Now, Ayoze's injured. We're getting a lot of annoying injuries to players that I'd rather have around. Particularly Ayoze. Skin debut. Yeah, it's like, it would be nice if there was... It's weird how the game warns you about certain things and then is completely oblivious to other things, like the wage thing, for example. But then, if you try to sign a player and you've already signed a couple of other guys for that same position and they haven't joined you yet, it will warn you excessively about, hey, you've already signed 3 other players. I'm like, yes, and they're 17 and this guy's a starting goalkeeper, you know? Training's come up with worse answers. Get me in there. Junior Dr. Matt. Everyone would die immediately. Out of fear. Just like, take me away.
It's good.
All kinds of stress injury. Yeah, that's why they say that you should really only up your running mileage by about 10% and do deload weeks as well. Ashby, thank you very much for the follow. And like, which is what I do, which is why I'm like most annoyed. Just because like I've been really measuring my mileage quite carefully, but hey, that's, to be fair, the injury I got wasn't due to the mileage. It was just because I was running on an uneven path and I felt my leg twist slightly, which is most likely what's actually caused this problem. And never to run that exact way again. That's for sure. Julie Vicent. Even though showing pleasing progress. Really? Damn, all right. I like him and Herholt for me are going to be those kind of players that are just so dependable. It's brilliant. First to clowns for therapy for clowns. Maybe. Ran since Business High School. Jesus Christ. That's bad. Back up for the B team. To be fair, I suspect that we'll end up coming across it. What we'll do is, in our scouting approach today, we'll just find a random goalie who looks sort of okay, and we'll sign him from just one of these random Albanian sites. What gave Jose food poisoning? I mean, possibly a rival centre-back. To be fair, it means we can just start Almada today, so it isn't the end of the world now. But I would like, you know, Jose to have a chance to develop. So this is a day for Page. Our star player, lol. Portea is absolutely annihilated, so it's going to be Mr. French International, Cole Pineda. Raul out the squad, Nikolic out the squad, which means 2 more slots are available in the team. Who gets them? Oh, Christ. Jesus, that means our whole B team must be available. I guess I'll put a Jose in there, and... Ooh, who do I want? Maybe... Who are you wanted by? Liverpool? Hello, chat, we found another one. We've got another one! Jose Ignacio Prats. Right, okay, new contract for you then, bud, I guess. How many of these guys did we sign that same window? This was like the 5th guy that we've had from that one window, from all those 4th division sides, that have just been wanted by everyone. Okay, he's only wanted by a couple of teams still, but either way. 36 million? Yeah, no. You get 100 I'll give you 120 since there's less clubs interested in you, and that's still good money. God, I wish we could have got him to 18 before we did this, but such is life. His Spanishness will be our saviour. There we go. Nice. Croatian guy doing. He is... I think he's on the bench these days. Wanted probably for loans. Yeah. I like him. I think he has all the hallmarks of being an excellent footballer. But I have decided to go down the route of him being the deep line playmaker rather than the tackly boy. Even though he's got good tackling, his work rate sucks. Not sucks, but like it's just slightly subpar for the role. And I feel like he's the kind of guy that could be an absolute demonic playmaker kind of guy in that role. Because we can just focus a lot of it on his passing and vision. Get that up to like 16, 17. Tremendous. I think you meant to... Wait, did I not trigger the boat? I didn't think he... Well, he does have a boat, but I don't think I could trigger it. As far as I know, he didn't have a boat that I could trigger. And I didn't really want to risk waiting on him. Like, I would like to have waited, and then I could have triggered it, but... Yeah. Waterson to the B team. Waterson's registered for the A team as well, I believe. Or is he? Oh, wait. Hang on. What? Waterson is in the B team. Huh? Was that because he wasn't... What? Waterson is in the B team already, and yet they weren't picking him. Is it because of... ineligible? Ah, is that because... But he's played a game. He's already played for them. That's for today. Playing for an affiliate club whilst registered for the first team. Ah, I know what's happened. He's been registered for the first team, but he's technically in the B team. So we could take him out. Well, we can't, can we actually? I see what's happened. Where is he? Hang on, how was he registered for the first team? Oh, has he got a different nationality? There we go. Right, that should fix it then. That's what it was. So he was registered for the first team, but he was actually put in the B team, so he couldn't play for them. I imagine he got that one game for the B team before we registered him. First ever MC. Oh, who did you choose, Aaron? I'm curious. Stereotype for a player. Psychopathic Serbian centre back. That's definitely the one. Or, yeah, no, actually, yeah. That literally is it. It's the psychopathic Serbian centre back is my favourite. Let me move one of them back. Sorry, this is a pain in the ass to get to because of the way we delegated it off. Who's the goalies? We'll just send we'll send the 15-year-old guy back because like it makes sense that he should play in the under-19 squad. An overpriced Belgian. I don't mind an overpriced Belgian. But yeah, the 6'6" angry Serbian centre back is probably one of my favourite archetypes. Just because I always seem to have at least one of them. God, man, he's so useful. That should solve our problems, hopefully, then. Squad-wise for this game, have we got a game straight? We've got FC Andorra in 9 days. So we've got a nice little rest. We can play a relatively okay-ish side against Andorra to save legs for Skendia. This is perfect. That'll do. Benfica, oh nice. They are absolutely dominating in this save until they randomly weren't for a bit. Okay, Steiny, you're going to have to pick it up a little bit, bud. One more sub. Oh yeah, shit. But you can see why it's annoying that the way that they filter subs in this with the unavailable thing, because it's situations like this where it becomes incredibly painful to try to find... I'm going to put Prats on the bench. Why not? Might encourage him to sign a new contract. It's a weird sex act. Yeah, it does a little bit. It's very Urban Dictionary. Hello, Gazman. Looks like Fulham's going into the new season. Well, we're actually in a relatively good position as far as PSR goes, to the point where we can afford to, from a financial standpoint, spend quite a lot of money this summer. Because of the fact that we've actually done quite a lot of good stuff the other way over the last few years. So our PSR book is pretty clear. Doesn't mean we want to sign shit. I've seen this link with Joe Willock, which I'm not immensely... Good God. PowerPoint presentation much. Bear with. What the hell? Colombian winger is always a solid one too. God's sake. What the fuck, Football Manager? Could you like not? What is going on? Championship market. I mean, that's fine, but what on earth? Sorry, it went to like 99% GPU usage somehow. Jesus Christ, man. Looks like I'm going to have to use a lot of the PC fund to fucking fix my car again. Championship market can be very overpriced sometimes, though. Palace have done a very good job at that in recent years, though. And it's worked out for them. Good Lord. What the hell was that about? Waterson not better than the first choice goalkeeper now. First choice for who? For the B team, he's perfect. Oh my God, FM. That'll be the day. Forgive me, chat. That's the worst I've seen it do that for a long time. Yeah, it's just... There we go. So weird. But we move. Imagine if we hadn't found the task manager trick. Far off of Europe. Not really. Like, we were really in that... Up until Palace won the FA Cup, and we kind of had a little bit of a wobble towards the end of the season. We were up and around those European places most of the year. Just had a bit of a floppy end of the year when we got a bit complacent once things started to go a bit of our way. I don't think we're that far off Europe at all. Particularly not with the fact that there's potentially like 8 to 9 European places for England in the coming seasons, right? It's easier than ever to get into Europe because of those factors. Particularly if Fulham can strengthen in the right areas and have the money to do so compared to some other teams. Thiago Enrique! Oh, he's missed it! Oh. God damn it. Well, I did predict that we'd end up finishing bottom half this season. And we managed to do that perfectly because it's just what we do. It's really disappointing, though. Non-stream days. I mean, in theory, just normal people stuff, I suppose. I mean, like, the non-stream days in theory are supposed to be working on YouTube stuff. And I am actually still doing that, even if you can't see it. Because it has been a bit of a struggle. And then I started taking Fridays as an actual day off instead of just wasting my time with it. So yeah, just kind of normal stuff, I suppose. Go for walks, run, see the geese. What a sad life I lead. Well, if you... Oh, I know. Major sales. I think that I'd be surprised if people weren't interested in Robinson, but I don't think he leaves just because I think other clubs... I think his age profile will prevent him from leaving, which is helpful for Fulham, honestly. Like, I would like... Oh, God. I love that Malero's still here, by the way. Fuck you now. We have played quite poorly in this game. So it's not been a great one from us. That's a big... I don't know. Because most of the team have joined us recently, and nobody's having, like, breakout seasons at the moment. Robinson's probably the one player, but I feel like the thing is with Robinson, the season that Kirkesh has had this year means that everybody's going for him instead because he's younger. And that actually kind of protects Fulham nicely. Now we're attacking as a wing-back. I like Adama Traore, but my God, that man's end product. But we've been saying that his entire career, right? It's not a new experience. He's one of those things... He's one of those players where it's like... He's brilliant because he can get into positions that other players can't because of his raw speed, but then he doesn't have the capability to finish the chance at the end of it. But the other players wouldn't have got into that position in the first place. We've seen that sort of sign. Well, I mean, the hilarious thing is, of course, like the joke about how Anthony Robinson's linked with Milan. Ever since he was playing for Wigan, that's been like the, hey, do you know he was linked with Milan for a little bit? But he failed the medical there, if I recall correctly, because Milan are very stringent about the medical tests they run on players. This is not great, actually. Placing with Kelleher. That seems like a solid... I like Kraveen Kelleher. But I think Flecken is just not good enough for a team like Brentford at this point. He seems like one of the Brentford's biggest weak points. If they could fix that, it'd be fascinating to see. Oh, wow. Holy shit. Well, go on then. Go on, Marquez. This is looking like one of the worst derbies we've seen in ages. Unless we score now. In that case, it's the best derby we've seen in ages. Wow. Cameron. Oh, Mekawa. Go on, Bilal. Oh, hang on. Slide across. Oh, what are you doing? As long as we get Josh King signed to a new contract, I'll be happy, honestly. And I just hope that he gets a lot more game time next year, because Emil Smith-Rowe is... I'm hoping that next year he does better, but this year he is not impressed. Particularly not with the price tag attached to him as well. Really doesn't help. I forget the feeling we're just going to concede a set-piece goal in this game. We've had too many corners for Las Palmas that have come close to scoring off. I feel like statistically they're just going to score one eventually. They've somehow got away with it again, although we're not about to because he's going to trash this home. Oh my God, they hit the bar again. Good God. They just cannot stop hitting the... How many times have they hit the woodwork in this game? It feels like more than that. But Josh King seems to be a... What on earth? Oh my God. We've not stepped up well in this derby game at all. 2 injuries for Atletico as well. That could be costly. I think I'll be happy to just get away with a draw here. Although I don't know if the game's going to allow us that. What is that defending? How is he just letting him walk through him like that? Steiny's at least played well in this game. It's the only one. That's quite a fortunate point, honestly. It's a clean sheet, though, for Socorro, yet again. He is good. He's very goddamn good. I'm going to yell at them, though. They've got to do better than that in the derby. How much is the sale supposed to be for Kraveen Kelleher? But yeah, the only other Josh King I can think of is the Norwegian one that used to play for Bournemouth. Yeah, our first game in La Liga, I think, was the 5-0 hammering of Las Palmas. And I think we've beaten them since. 20 million plus. That's good money for a player that, like, well, it's pure profit, pretty much, isn't it? Right. We're still in the battle. 30 million seems like it's a risk. But I guess Brentford are Brentford going to have to sell Mbeumo and Wissa this summer? Or is it just a case of, like... Because if so, I think they could be able to get some reasonable money for those two, right? And is that just because of the contract situations or something? Because if I was Brentford, I'd be doing everything I could to hold on to those two. I actually didn't even realise that Almiron had been sold until I saw him pop up in a random clip on TikTok. The strangest thing. Speaking of TikTok, I have found a very fun account which you will enjoy. It's called EFL Simpsons. Basically, it's exactly what it says on the tin. It's not even just EFL. It's football memes, but Simpsons based. And it's brilliant. Would highly recommend. Flecken to Leverkusen? Really? Who's that to replace? Got Mamardashvili. Yeah. Mamardashvili looks like he's got a bright future as well. Because he was on loan this season, wasn't he? Or was it one of those like parent club things where it's like he's been signed but he's staying there for a little bit longer? Radetzky. Oh yeah, I like Radetzky, yeah. I do like Radetzky. Drive to get him there. That's mad. How much are Leverkusen paying for Mark Flecken then? It's that hairline. Disastrous. Tell you what, right? That dude looks alright for 15. From like a stats basis, jumping reach is only 12, but he's good on both feet. He can tackle. He can head. He can accelerate a little bit. Oh, sorry, not 15, 16. Worth a punt? Yeah, he's so impressive for it because he's not 15, he's 16. Has been for a while, though. Small, though. Yeah, the one thing I would say, yeah, I agree. But he's not got the work rate for it either. For that kind of price, I don't mind. But you're right. He's not really the tallest. Now, the one thing we do have on our side here is the fact that he's 16. He could potentially grow. There is still a chance that he could grow and become... He's not going to become that much taller. Yeah, we've signed a lot of guys that I think are the B team lifers, and I do want to continue down that route. He's not as good as the other Albanian dude we found. Fuck, who was his... I can't remember his name. This guy. Oh, same club, actually. So I think this guy, I mean, look at that. He's even gaining jumping. How is this man getting better in the air? I think Simon Alba is much, much better. And... God, his physicals are immense. Oh, God, I wish we had this guy's physicals. Then again, he's 3 years older than him as well. But either way, it's more bodies for the boy farm. Oh, thank you, Aaron. Yeah, the scouting guide, I think it still holds up to this stage, really. There's a few little things we've discovered since then, but for the time being, I'm pretty content with it. Find a loan move. Wait, you're 16. I suppose I could loan him back to Tirana, couldn't I? 7.5 million pound release clause. I'm just going to start getting in the habit of dumping 30 million release clauses on every one of these young players, just in case. I'll probably forget. Oh, hey, look at that. 2.6. It's like it knew. He's not going to pay for us. He's never going to set foot on the pitch, but just in case. There we go. Nice. The game's prepared me for it. Maybe it's a sign it's not. In prioritize, I really don't think so, unfortunately. The Avs need. We've got to sort out our salary cap first and decide who we're going to be re-signing. Like, I honestly don't think we should try and re-sign Brock Nelson, but we don't have a lot of cap space. This is the problem when you... Like, we've got no... If I recall correctly, we have, like, no picks in the first 2 rounds of the next 3 drafts. We are very much leveraged to the hill on winning now. The problem is we don't actually win now very often. We've only got out of the first round of the playoffs once since we won the Stanley Cup. Heaviest person in the database? Absolutely, we can. For the last year possible. Also, worth noting, first game since we've put an actual goalkeeper in the B team. And would you believe it? They're back. And they're only 2 points off the playoffs. This is the turning point. What I do find funny, though, is that with the grayed out goalkeeper in goal, they were obviously conceding a lot of goals, but they were still conceding loads of XG as well. Which I think is the game's way of... It wasn't even Wanderson in goal. He wasn't even on the bench. Sure, you do you, lads. As long as you win, I'm not fussed. No capital asset. Yeah. And I just wish we hadn't traded Cal Ritchie. Basically. He's the only prospect. I mean, we've got a few like prospects in the pipeline. I guess you got like Prishapov and the goalkeepers, but it's... We've got to win something soon. Again. Otherwise, this window is being wasted, particularly as Kale's going to need a new contract soon as well. Ilano, thank you for the 30 months, my friend. Speaking of, actually, Panthers in the final. Is it just going to be a repeat of last year's Stanley Cup? Because it's sure damn been looking like it at this point. And I get the feeling that the exact same thing will happen if it's the same two teams there. The Panthers will just out-battle them. Complete forward is. The complete forward, I find, is like the sort of thing that AI teams use quite a lot, but usually when I see a player described as a complete forward, for me, it means they're not good in any... They can't really do anything that well. They look very determined. I've never managed to get a complete forward work either. Carolina Hunger. I know. Yeah, they are... At least they won a game this time. They got gentlemen swept, but they didn't actually... They finally broke that. Hadn't they lost 14 consecutive conference final games? But if you ask Rod Brindamore, that wasn't a sweep. Yeah, I think I've actually got more... I mean, I love an advanced forward, except in this save. Generally speaking... Actually, it's funny you mention this. I'm on the podcast with Aaron tonight, and one of the things we're going to be talking about is roles that we can't get to work in FM. So, hey, chat, what are your thoughts on that? McDavid, yeah, he's a bit all right. Some might say he's quite a good player. Not this guy, but someone might say it. Wide target man. Yeah, I've never even tried to use it. I just don't think it works in any tactical... With the way that the match engine is... I don't see how it would flourish, other than if you had a guy who was scoring from corners, but then it's not because of the wide target man, is it? It's just because of the corners. Oh, that was fast. Like... Wait, did I not even scout this guy properly? I probably should do that at least. Ramdeuter is just no-nonsense fullback as well. Says Trek, you have to fight him. I will show him the ways. Fort Global 69. Nice, thank you for the follow. So I've had some nice fun with Segunda Volante's last... save. Crosses back post, I guess. But weirdly, I prefer not designating the role of wide target man, but instead just using a tall winger as a winger. Because I find they end up in those same positions, but I feel like they do more to contribute off the ball as well, like to the build-up and stuff. We used to be able to use... What was it? Was it Tromsø, where we played an advanced playmaker on the wide position? And I think it was Jan Cavalcanti, and it was amazing. I've yet to find a good wide centre-back setup. We actually nearly used one in this save. Yeah, I've seen Andorra getting hobbled at the moment. Filler rolls, yeah. Roaming Playmaker is another one that I've had. I've used roaming playmakers more than you'd think. Wait, no, that's... Wait, is that... I think that actually is a legit scout report, because it's Andorra, because of the Andorran players in the national teams. So that's probably a legit one. Anchor, I always preferred a halfback. Once they introduced the positional play stuff, I found that halfback became more usable. And I think we used a halfback with... Did we have a halfback with Sirens? Oh, no, it was MTK. No, it wasn't. I'm actually not sure. I think I used it with MTK when I ported the save over to FN24. I tried it. Yeah, we had a wide AP with Tromsø. It was Jan Cavalcanti. I'm not sure how much of a difference that really made for us, but I enjoyed it. Has he dropped CA? To be fair, he hasn't actually been as effective at the start of this season as he was towards the end of last season. Ratings dropped off ever so slightly, but I guess the extra game time's probably not helped. I love a ball in midfielder on support specifically. That was what revolutionised the tactic with Sirens, was when we realised that Tony Sunday could operate as that role, on support especially. That tiny little tweak to his role completely revolutionised that tactic, because he was pressing teams in a very different part of the pitch, and he had the work rate to go with it, and I've not looked back ever since. That's the reason we play a ball in midfielder on defend here, actually. Interesting. I wonder if that's something we could test out at some point, perhaps. Is Steiny to a ball in midfielder on support instead? Wide midfielder. I just like the wing. To be fair, I would have tried that were it not for the fact that now with that weird wingback thing we've been doing, how much better our left midfielder has got. Like, he's made such a good development since we switched that little bit about Portea. Right wingers on attack. Interesting. I wonder if it's just because the game doesn't really know what to do with them, because they always want to use their left feet. They're so hard working. Yeah, they just win you the ball back in such great places. When they're on support, they'll win it in higher up the pitch. Player in the game. No nonsense goalkeeper. Could I have the role of third choice keeper, please? I've just never found complete wingbacks to be super useful. I don't like, generally speaking, I actually just don't really like complete roles. I find it asks the player to do too much, and then they try to almost do too much. Improve and make better. I feel like the right spot is still a bit mid, but I don't know if it's the role anymore, and I think it is just a case of personnel. The rest of it, I think it's actually cooking quite nicely. No, Martinez was, he had food poisoning for the last game, so he couldn't play. I'll get him back in for this one. I like wingback, normal wingback. I really don't like no-nonsense roles or complete roles. I find that no-nonsense roles don't do enough for the most part, and usually you can get a player that will do better than that, and I find complete roles try to do too much. I think it's just because like I'm quite picky about what players do in my tactics, and I want them to have very specific roles. And if I complete forwards, you can't. I think that's actually why they don't work so well in the match engines, because they're all over the place, and you can't really rely on them to do their job because their job is so vast. To be fair as well, being a backup goalkeeper in my tactics is great because you don't even have to sit on the bench. You get to sit up in the crowd. I'm going to drop Vanderlei for this game, because he is currently, of the two, played worse. Socorro's up an extra star, which is nice. That's just, yeah. Oh, look at that value now. In fairness, he has kept 5 clean sheets already this season. And has only let in 11 goals in 11 games. That's very, very good numbers. Tom,
back at my desktop and can finally sub again.
Yeah, love to
Loving
see
the
it.
shirt, Matto. How's the foot feeling?
Foot is feeling okay. It's been feeling all right the whole time, really. It's just when I actually try to use it for anything other than standing here. I'm going to try and do a little bit of running on Saturday just to test the waters on it, see how we do. But still, if it still kind of does the same thing, then I'm going to go see a doctor and see what they recommend as far as like rehab for it. And at that point, I'm just going to have to accept that it's fucked for a little bit. Pressing forwards are fun. Particularly as I find that they don't even need to have particularly good finishing to work. I remember having a guy that had 3 finishing playing for my Whitpot Athletic side, and he was cooking. Right. Is there anyone that's back now that I need to make sure we get back on the bench, perhaps? Honestly, no. Nikolic is still gone. Karachaev can still start. Can I bring back in Portea this time, though? Because Cole wasn't exactly great last game. Not that Portea's been amazing this season. Ooh, who's he wanted by? Al Ahly. Oh, we knew that already, didn't we? Armada and Martinez, Steiny and Herholt. We've not missed Giuse. Not one little bit. I think Frederick Herholt is immense. He shouldn't be, because he's apparently getting worse, but he just seems to do stuff for us, and I love that about him. Yeah, I think that'll do. We'll go with that for the lineup. Pajic will have a chance here. He really does need to prove himself, though, because so far he's on a 6.5 average rating, which is appalling when you compare it to the rest of the squad. Run on water, that is your problem. I'm like Jesus. I don't know, have we got any instructions on our left mid in this tactic? Rest for 1 week, 3 days, etc. Rarely. Unless they need one, then I don't. Like, if the player's obviously got the yellow rest icon on them, then I will 100% do it, because that is actually catastrophic for their ability to play. It will hamper them so badly. The problem is, sometimes you'll still get them complaining about it. This needs to be a monster win. Look at their morale. We need to absolutely demolish them here. It's been a while since I've had a 2-strike. What we were using with Sirens was it was a Trek next to an AF, wasn't it? And then we went to 2 AFs, and I think we also tried a DLP a DLF next to an AF as well. Oh, off the crossbar. That was a great opportunity for Pajic to get going straight away. I want this to be like a 2 or 3-0 victory. Comfortable stuff. Get the dub. Progress towards... I want to get this game like under wraps nice and quickly. That way we can go straight into that game against Skendia with a relatively fresh side. So I can take Steiny off potentially and keep the squad flowing. Marcus has started well, though. But yeah, I think one thing I would look into is perhaps instructions on our left mid. Oh, over the bar from Portea, of all people. Are we missing a little bit of height from centre-backs now? Okay, here we go. I feel like one of them's bound to score one today. Back post for Almada. Beautiful. That's his 2nd goal. He does seem to have... What if he's got really good strength or something? Because he doesn't seem to have, like, immense amounts of height, does Almada. But he always seems to win these headers. Or if it is just that he has really good physicals. It looked like, I mean, he's a bit tall on that guy, but it almost looks like he pushes them off. He doesn't, in actuality, but there we go. Is he brave? I think, let's have a look. 13 bravery, 15 strength, 15 jumping reach. Almada is going to be mental. Left mid is doing better now, but we've tried so many different instructions on that right side, and I think it is just going to come down to us finding an elite player that can play in that role. Because we have had guys that have flourished there. Like Tommel had some really good time there in that role. That's about it, honestly. One player who didn't do well in that role was Ilya Haidini, but the less about him, the better. I don't mind an AM. The reason I like AM is because it's a flexible role that is essentially a blank slate that you can kind of put whatever you want on it. I'm pretty certain we played an AM for a bit on Sirens, in behind the strikers, and he was fun. Armada's on a booking here. But that's just, oh, what a ball! This is why Herholt is so goddamn good. He's always getting hockey assists. Oh, man. Inverted winger and inside forward. I mean, the game will tell you if you look at the roles, but essentially my understanding of it is that an inside forward is looking to score more. An inverted winger is just sort of providing extra bodies in field and is more of a creative force still, even though they can shoot more if you've got them on like a more attacking setting. And I think they make slightly different runs. One of the things I like about our inverted winger is that they make these runs where they're still essentially operating as a winger, but instead of running to the wide areas and crossing, they're running to like inside the penalty area and getting these pullbacks. That's, yeah, make me happy. Like, usually it's I've never needed to do that, but we did kind of give the captaincy to a player in this save purely because we liked him and he was a young player. Oh, drop it across. How is that a penalty? I mean, firstly, why hasn't Pajic passed that ball there? Just roll that across for a tap in for Dosso. What is he playing at? Take more risks. Yeah, which actually is, but again, he's having a crap day. Yeah, both centre-backs on yellow is not ideal either. Inside forward has more goals. Yeah, they'll be getting into better positions for that. No penalty. I mean, Pajic is an idiot there. That is such a great opportunity for us, and he's just wasted it. He has so much of an opportunity to just drop that ball across for a tap in for Dosso, just like in the start of wide position. Yeah. Oh, that's a lovely little ball back inside from Marquez. Now he just needs to let Dosso give the ball to someone, because otherwise we've got nobody running in behind here. Herholt is very patient as well. Here we go. Steiny's just... Okay, that's more like it. Now Dosso make the run. That's more like it. Now Herholt and... Wait, who are we missing? Thiago Enrique needs to be on this really soon. Oh, back... Slide it. Oh, no! Portea! Nice. I like that from you. I love seeing our left wing back actually finally getting rating in games now. It's been massive for us. We're creating a lot. We're playing brilliantly, but Enrico's been poor in this game, actually. Inverted wingman in real life, I don't really know. Like, I tend not to compare. I try to avoid the comparisons just because FM is a game, and as much as it tries to mimic real life football, I think sometimes you can get caught trying to replicate things in real life too much in FM, and it simply doesn't always work because it's not a perfect representation. It's why you can't really do Catenaccio style stuff in Football Manager, because it just doesn't reward defensive play properly. And as much as they'll claim that it does, yeah, I guess so. I feel like inverted wingers are not as like scory. They're more of an assisty kind of machine. That's a great pass. Right, the two players that played like crap are linking up here. Can Enrique score? Yes, he can. That right there is the reason that he is going to be such a useful player for us this season. Ahmad. Maybe, yeah. What a beautiful pass from Pajic. The fact that he's in between the two of them there, but when he takes his touch out wide, I just assume this is getting blocked. The fact that he's actually managed to drill that through, really nice. And they're both going to gain rating out of it, which is very important because they are both playing like shit. Maybe this is the beginning of Pajic actually doing something for us. Wouldn't mind a couple more goals. Cautious 4-2-3-1. Okay. That's pretty solid. Cautious is actually... It just means a sort of a low-risk approach. Cuts in... Yeah, I think we have quite a lot of instructions on our right mid, if I remember correctly. So we actually have him sitting... The reason we have him sitting narrow is because of the overlapping wing back, as well as I want him running into this position here. But he also does roam from position. I wonder if it's the roaming that's causing the problem, perhaps, at this stage. I wonder if that was... Like, it was helping back in the day, but I wonder if now the fact that they're roaming means they're in they're less reliable positioning. Oh, shit, he's done quite well there. Good save from Sakura. He just does what's needed. If he would keep his clean sheet here, he would have kept a clean sheet in half of his matches. Sweeper. I miss Sweeper. Not just Sweeper, the actual role itself, but I miss the position on the pitch that the Sweeper occupied. As in, that literally doesn't exist anymore. We tried looking for an advanced playmaker on the right wing. It didn't work. That was one of the things we tried back in the day with this role. Cover and centre back defence. Centre back cover is looking to sweep in behind. So basically, they will sometimes sit deeper than the defensive line. And basically, they will look to sweep behind and make those runs to sort of collect the ball, rather than pushing up to try and win it. I found that back in the day, there used to be there was a lot of like play one on cover, one on stopper, but I just really didn't like that. Sakura's first choice this season, yeah. Right, what do I want to do? We're 2-0 up now. I'm going to get Steiny off for Ivanov. Actually, no, let's get Armada off. No, Armada's the other role. I'm going to replace both of them. We've got a 2-0 lead. It's Kushti. We're going to get Mbala on as well. I'm going to get Pueo on and leave the other sub, obviously. One thing I will do for the rest of this game is just turn off the roam from position. Because I think there's certain games where that can work, but I do wonder if actually being slightly more structured could be to our benefit. And it might allow him to get into those positions more frequently. Basically. I wonder if the fact that he's roaming means that we're just not kind of... Take one of the setbacks off. I don't want to use all 5 subs in the same role. Otherwise we'll have no one to come on if there's an injury. Oh! Now I might. Just now that we're 3-0 up. Who's the more tired of the two? Probably... I guess I can bring Vandalay on there. Lovely. 3-0. That's delicious. I think I wouldn't mind trying the idea of just playing the right midfielder, getting rid of that roam from position. That was great work from Pueo, though. Really, really good for the youngster. It's so nice having so many of these guys starting to make an impact in the first team this season. I want to see if Mbala gains rating or does anything like of note over the rest of this game. Because that would be a good indicator as well. Carachea, oh, he's on it. God, look how deep they are. This is good for goal difference too. And suddenly puts us right back in that battle. I still think we'll end up finishing 7th or 8th again this season, but we'll have done it through loads of develop. And no, Silk Narrow isn't built into the role, but we have got it switched on as part of the role because, oh well, Almeida. Oh, he's missed it. The reason I want him sitting narrower is because of the overlapping fullback and the fact that I feel like it gets him into those positions to cross the ball better. 6.7. I suspect it's going to be inconclusive. It's always tough when coming off the bench in these games anyway. But I wouldn't mind trying it against Skendia. But it hasn't dropped rating, which I find that might be a good sign on its own right. 2 key passes. Didn't drop rating. Because Mbala has been routinely coming in and dropping rating as well. There might be something to test. Just one little thing at a time. Give it a run of games without that roam from position, because then we can always switch it back on again if we notice either no difference or actively worse. And I like testing it against weaker opposition as well, because it gives you a sort of best case scenario approach as to what it could flourish like. Okay. Atletico, have they won every... Oh no, they did lose a game. No, they drew a game. Damn. Okay. We'll do... Also, another clean sheet there for Luis as well. Armada... Oh, it was league appearances. Okay. God, we've lucked out with him. My goodness. The occasional red card is going to be an issue for us, but other than that, he's done really, really solid. And I think it would allow us to potentially move Vandalay on if someone was interested. Ball preference to sign players from specific nation and pre-editor. As far as I know, that is actually weirdly not possible in the pre-game editor, Langset. I don't know why. So, like, basically, the whole way that you can't... So, like, the way Bilbao are set up, for example. As far as I know, you actually can't do that in the pre-game editor for some reason. They lost again. It's so weird as well that you can't do that. It feels like you should be able to, given the amount of things you can change in the editor. Like, you can change the altitude of stadiums to put them on the fucking moon, but you can't change basic stuff about a club's culture. Really odd. It's hard-coded. I suppose if you, like, decompile the game, but then you'd have to find a way of recompiling it. Oh, shit, that's why they lost. Their goalkeeper got injured. Humanity being that far down is crazy, isn't it? It's also weird that we're still 8th in the league, but we are so close now to these other teams, and we've started the season really strongly. Our only defeats have come against Real Madrid and Barcelona to get what we needed. Create a club with the right... Yeah, it's weird that you can't do it with create a club. That's a great point, actually. Psycho, thank you for the follow. Straight ballers have preferences. Yeah, no, it's odd that they... Forced by club culture. Really? I swear I remember Hadrian telling me that you could not do this, because I've wanted to try stuff like that in the past. Mars Metro Stadium is just logical. Exactly, yeah. It was actually the moon. Get your facts right. Sunny Jim. Right. Let's do that. Cool. Go if there was a takeover. I suppose. Play if it was in his scouting. Ah, okay. So it wasn't like board enforced, though. So it was just a thing you did manually. So I suppose you don't actually need it, but it would be cool if it was like locked. It's 2 more goals. As if he's actually... Ron has got 4 and 4. He's about to make us look very silly, isn't he? Haven't kept a clean sheet in all season. That's amazing. No clean sheets, just vibes. And to be fair, who needs clean sheets? Literally could sign new play. Oh, really? How did you manage that then? Because genuinely, as far as I'm aware, there's no way of changing that in the pre-game editor. Mars does sound a lot cooler, agreed. Hey, Betty's finally doing bits. I say finally doing bits, I mean finally sort of in the promotion battle for once. I thought that was Moses Jarju for a second there. Just hated him for some reason. Yeah, it couldn't be because of his appalling finishing ability. The fact that he scored 4 goals, mark my words, he doesn't make double digits this season. He'll end up with like 8 goals. Was this year? Well, it just seems to me like if it was something that was that possible, surely it'd be quite well known, right? It can't be... Basically, my logic is that if Hadrian hasn't told me how to do it, it can't be done. Ash Forever, thank you very much for the 4 months. How is your Thursday going? All be penalties, true. Hard but possible. Oh, interesting. Move them from the current division, find the target league, swap the team. Oh! Huh? I'm confused. That doesn't sound like... I mean, I've only obviously just briefly glanced at that article, but that just looked like an article that was telling you how to put another team into a league. Or are you replacing Athletic Club with the team and thus it uses their rules? I'm alright, man. I'm alright. We're getting by, basically. Pushing our way towards, hopefully, FM26 or whatever the hell next game is going to be called, right? They were very good for 60 minutes. It just ran out of steam. That double punch from Chelsea just completely did them in at that point. Yeah, we're heavy favourites. An instinctive club which has it hard-coded. I see. But then, surely what's hard-coded about it would be that they can only sign Spanish players, right? Or is what's hard-coded that they can only sign players from the nation the club is based in? Or something. Hard-coded. It's about editing a club that's already with restrictions. Changes the country is based in. Right. But the thing is with Athletic Club is they're not only allowed to sign Spanish players, they're only allowed to sign Basque players. I suppose you could designate... Why is it not just the thing you can tick on? It seems strange to me that you can't just go into the editor and there's just several boxes about the club's transfer culture and preferences and you can't just tick boxes for it. Like, do you know what I mean? It's so strange. Like, given some of the weird shit you're able to change in FM, that just seems like such an oversight, particularly as it's the exact sort of thing that I think would take the game to another level because you can do so much cool stuff with it. No, the editor is wildly out of date. London only Charlton save. I suspect that one has got English only and then they're only signing players from London or something because I don't think there's a way that they'd be able to enforce London only because the game doesn't know what counts as London. Because London obviously isn't just London, it's all the different boroughs and all the different places that are counted within London in the game, and that's not a country. So as far as I know, that would be you'd have to self-impose that on top. But the role change, yeah, let's try it, fuck it. One little tweak. Roam from position, gonzos. It's an actual thing, is it? How have they managed that though? Because what extinct club has that as its transfer preferences that you could then ape on? Confusing. Maybe someone has cracked it, they're just not sharing it with us. Right, yeah, I guess the same lineup, I suppose. Yeah, we'll start with that. Go proof if you make a version in England. I think if you're using a different extinct club, Steiny on support. I don't know if I want to try Steiny on support. That role I'm actually happy with. I think if we put him on support, we'd be too caught out on this right-hand side, and Steiny would get too far up the pitch and we'd just get counted to date, to high heaven. Although I wonder if having him on support might actually provide more forward support here. It's the sort of role change I'd make maybe once we're a Champions League club, because we'll be more dominant in a lot of league games, and as a result could maybe get away with that a bit more. Region in FM. Yeah, but from what chat have explained to me, it has to be, you have to have an established, that the rules have to already be set on a pre-existing club. It must be a proper pernickety thing to implement. They made London as a country and then put those regions within it. I see, yeah. Down the pack. Basically, Aaron, I believe the best place to check is many of the fan sites. There's usually at least one database available for that exact thing on the fan sites. I can't remember which one I use, but it goes down to like level 20 if you're interested. I simply can't remember the name of it. Is it Steve's one? Nikolic is... I don't want to put Nikolic back in the team yet because I'm afraid he'll kick off for not playing. That's the one I'm using to do Ely City anyway. Fermentator 86. Maybe. I don't know if that is the one I'm using actually. I think it might be a different one. Welsh or Scottish side of the English Pyramid. Yeah, that would be really tough to implement though. But yeah, it would be really, really sick. You could do like an Anguillan side in the English Premier League and they benefit from England's youth rating and have a whole team of Roy Flemings. We know they have the B teams and the C teams because we had this one random looking forward simulation where their C team somehow ended up in a higher division than their A team because the game completely broke itself, basically. Right. Let's crack on. European football. We love to see it. Little test of see what Pajic is up to in this game. He really has no excuse of a whole team of waiting paperwork. Yeah. He has no excuse of not playing well in this game. We're playing Skendia. They're a worse team than Sheriff Tiraspol by quite some margin. So this should really be... I think what I want to see as well is just his rating not plummet to nothing, and it's already plummeting. I say plummeting. It's... I'll give him a chance. Oh, Christ. Oh, we have looked really poor. 23 minutes in against these guys, and we've had 2 shots. They've actually been the better side so far. Are we just like crap away from home in Europe or something? I like how now that we're back in Europe again, the game's like, no. Screw you and your frames. There we go. Hopefully this is just a case of building up and... Oh my life, look at this! Are we getting rep-rolled by an Albanian side? No, sorry, by a North Macedonian side? Because it sure looks like it. Some of this weird passing. Please block this. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god, we're losing. We are losing to We're losing to Skendia. We beat Sheriff Tiraspol 6-0 and now we're losing to Skendia. You know, I don't think we're going to be winning the Conference League this season if we carry on playing like this. Imagine it was just the roamingness that was keeping that role alive. Sell him. Just immediately. He's 6.4 now. Brother, I'm just turning it off. I'm immediately... I want to just switch it back on again and see if it makes any difference. Maybe that was what was saving the role. This is where we concede a second goal to them. Good tackle. But FM, we haven't though. Like, we've not even been... Oh, God. We've not even been good in this game. Right, come on. Here we go. Now we got the transition runners. Thiago Enrique, he's going to miss this. Yeah. He does that well, but that was not it. Okay. They've already made a first half... Oh, I think that guy got injured, actually. Making the tackle. Pajic's ratings come up slightly. Is anyone else playing poorly? No, it was just him. I mean, Karapchea's not had a best game either. Spending time. I still reckon we win this game 3-1. It's just going to take a minute. Hopefully. Was this a nonsense highlight that doesn't mean anything? Yeah, of course it was. Right. Possession is good. In that case, I'll probably throw out an attack in the second half because we can afford to lose a bit of possession and take a few more risks. Jesus, Vinko is just not having a good time, is he? We're going to attack him for the second half. Porteo, the wide players in general have suffered in this game for some reason. Like, all of them have played badly. Which is intriguing. Something about the way that Skendia is set up here is just means our wide players are just doing nothing. We're usually quite good against 4-4-2s as well. I might pull the early subs out on this one. Got a draw wouldn't even be that good enough. Right, okay. If we can score here, I'm thinking Mbala soon. Although, actually, Pajic just started gaining rating again now. He went down to a 6.4. Now he's back up to 6.6 since I made that tweak. So he's obviously got better since then. Don't know what he's done to get better, but oh, that's good play. Watch him fuck this up now. That was kind of poor from him, actually. I think I will still make the sub, but it's notable that we've got better since that switch. Maybe that was actually helping us rather than hindering us. There's almost like there's a... What is that, though? Those touches. It's so strange seeing that against a team like Skendia. Oh, here we go. Pajic. Lovely work there. He's getting more aggressive with people. Go on, take him on. And now get it back. There he is. Yes, lovely. Cut inside. Oh my god, how have we not scored? Lovely build-up. Good patience. Thiago has to bury that. Thiago's not strong. I think Thiago's playing okay. He's getting into positions. He's just not scoring them. That was better. Pajic is absolutely... Look at that. He's now on a 7.1. Okay, so we were definitely on the right track to begin with, I suspect. God, that's such an insane little, like, change around. Oh, I might have to leave Marquez on, which I'm okay with. I'm going to leave it at that for the time being. Just have everybody roam. We have the right to roam, damn it. Okay, now we're starting to get... Oh, their team are not very happy. I believe in the players on the pitch currently. The ones I've just brought on, that is. Watch us concede a second goal now. Come on, big header. Fucking hell. Whew. Yeah, it's weird that we're so open, and I don't know why. The touches are just really bad. Which is usually an indicator that you're just going to lose a game randomly. When your players just can't control the football all of a sudden. I might get Mbala on now, just because tired legs. But the rest of the team... I'm also going to bring Ivanov on, just because weirdness. I'm hoping we can trigger some strangeness. And Puello, since he did a great job there last time. Fuck it. Cabrera's gone on loan. We basically needed to deregister him to put someone else in the team, so we actually had to send him out on loan. It's Armada off the bar now! Wait, corner? This is just going to be one of those annoying games, I think. Unless we could... Yeah.
Afternoon, Matto and Chatter.
Afternoon, my friend. Fel, thank you very much for the 33 months. Hopefully we won't fall to a defeat here. Because they've had one shot... After all that, they literally have had one shot on target, and we've been unable to score in this game. We are now just getting absolutely rinsed by this. Come on. I definitely think that the roam thing was helping the roll rather than hurting it. That's better. Right, come on. We can still win this. I still believe that we can win this game. Here we go. Oh, no. Here we go. I reckon Puello is going to have some involvement in our equalising goal. Mbala. The patience is building now. Oh, here we go. Drop it across. And it's Dosso! I can't believe this. This is ridiculous. How are these not go? Their goalkeeper is having genuinely the game of his life here. What a chance that was. And somehow it's spurned again. Almada now. That's it. Just hold on to it for a bit, bud. Okay, that's fine too. We'll get Socorro involved. We're going to build it up all the way from the back. I think we're just essentially incredibly unlucky in this game now. Would you reckon a penalty they get? Or like a late corner or something? No, there'll be no more highlights now, I suspect. Oh, go on. At least get the draw out of it. It's still an embarrassment to draw this game. But such is life. That's going to happen sometimes. Their only shot on target. God, he nearly did the same bad touch as well. Oh. Yeah, it's just one of those days. I don't think they've actually done a lot wrong there. I mean, their goalkeeper has been better than our strikers have been bad. Or like the front line have been bad. He's made some genuine worldy saves. Mekawa. Oh, I was hoping he'd slot them in there. Ivanov again getting massively far forward once more. And it's all the way through. Oh, shit. It's crazy that we've not just had one like randomly deflecting. The chances have been there. And yet I still feel like we're going to bail ourselves out a draw here. Or we'll have one more really great chance and we'll miss that as well. Space again for Mekawar. Driving forward. He's going all the way through. He's going to shoot, isn't he? Oh, just please drop it across. Cyril Dosso 1-1. 94th minute. Cyril scores his 8th of the season. Did he even head that or did that just sort of hit him? Well, but he's an FM. Yeah, 100%. Barcelona and Real Madrid are absolutely stacked in these saves. It's great from Mekawar. Look how many players he takes on. There's a little dinked cross. That was his shoulder or his chest. He's literally chested that into the back of the net. That's brave. Mental that we've actually drawn this game 1-1 with 3.29 XG, but at least we didn't lose the game. Cyril gets 1.5 XG by himself. Right. Frustrating as hell. I love that man of the match Mekawar as well. Well, there we go. Cyril is really helping us out a lot this season, although he could have... That was a very easy chance. If he'd missed that, we'd be in real trouble. That is annoying, though, because it's just an opportunity to get 3 points in Europe. That was probably our easiest game in Europe. Maybe Skendi are better than I've given them credit for, perhaps. Where were they prior to this game? They had drawn their first game as well, in fairness. So maybe they're not bad. 15 games, 4 points off third, 1 point off fourth, 12 for European football shots. It depends, right? There's a long way to go. Oh, dear. That's such a shame. One thing I'm going to do, though, is immediately switch that thing in the tactic back off again, because he got so much better when we made him roam a lot more. Now we've got Valencia away. At least there's a break after that, but then we've got young boys in there as well. That is not ideal. Game rematch coming out soon. Arcade style football game. Interesting. Tell me more. Is it glitched out there? There we go. Bilal Redemption Art. Bilal's still training to play in the centre of the park, in fairness, but he's a useful substitute. But I just think Karapche is so much better than him. Although this season, though, was that like his first assist of the year? Yeah, literally it was. He's done really well in the Conference League off the bench, though, in fairness. It's just the fact that he started 20 games for us in the league last year and got 1 assist. It's so bad for that role that relies on getting all those assists, which is why I feel like he's going to be better used when we can train him to play here. When you compare him to Karapche, who is younger than him as well, last season played 16 starts and he got 8 assists and 3 man of the match awards as well. He's just better than him now. Did I get the request on that? No, I didn't. Kick the ball into the net. Got Baytrax. Okay. I haven't, like, found and enjoyed a new game for quite some time now. Did I get the Patreon regions back on loan? Back on trial? Or are they gone again? Oh, no, they're still there. I get the feeling I'm going to have to sign these guys soon. I still haven't even played tape to tape. 20 quad, that's quite expensive. Is it like multiplayer? It takes a lot. I get like, I just have nothing that's made me go, oh, I desperately want to play this lately. Other than FM and obviously Slay the Spire. It's just my go-to these days. I always come back to it. Projected to have 155 million profits. I don't know. Play with the ball. Always good to be able to play with the buys. That's really strange that you were getting that. I mean, watch us now be getting that. What's our FFP situation? Projected for period end, £147 million of profit. That's okay. Sifu, I don't know what that is. How is Cabrera doing? Let's just check the... I think if nothing else, we could potentially get Cabrera's value. Ooh, first team candidates. Ryan Quinn, are you in the B team? You are. And you've actually got 3 goals for them so far. Nice. Oh, something to do there. Yeah. I've never touched it. Monster Train 2. I've seen good things about that. I have played Monster Train 1. So he's got 3 assists so far at Sporting Gijón. Like, he looks tasty. He may just need to stay out on loan for a little bit and do some stuff there. Looks like a free time. I did like Monster Train 1. But it's I've not gone back to it in the same way I've gone back to Slay the Spire. It's just nothing quite gives me the dopamine deliciousness that Slay the Spire does. Particularly with mods. Even Balatro, which I did get absolutely obsessed with at the start of last year. Small nippy strikers. To be fair, it's not even like the height profile of a striker I'm really looking for. I want a fast striker because the match engine favours it so much. Particularly high agility players too. 7 different days, 3 more streams. That's fine, Zach. That's the easiest one because that doesn't require other people, right? That just requires you to do what you need to do at that point. So I'm glad that we've done the other stuff, and the concurrent stuff should be able to... That's, again, something you could achieve really, really easily. So congrats, man. How are you finding it so far? Ooh, more players. Who's... Oh, we've obviously... Oh, that's that centre back that we were going to try and get for free, wasn't it? Try Pokemon mod for Balatro. What? This is the first time hearing of a Pokemon mod for Balatro. Do tell... I mean, I know it's pretty evident, right? But explain. How does that function? Or is it not out yet? Because that is intriguing as hell. I mean, I guess it's because it's a card game, right? But, like... I feel like a Pokemon Slay the Spire mod would be quite good as well, actually. Yeah. Pokemon of the Jokers. Oh, nice! And is it, like, all new stuff? That's really sick. They evolve based on... I mean... Consider me thoroughly intrigued. Like, I've got to make muffins tomorrow for my sister's birthday. Birthday/engagement party. But might have a little looky at that if I get a chance. Shout out his Discord. That's awesome, man. Yeah, streaming is... I have enjoyed some of the streams I've done in collaboration things. But I also really just like streaming by myself. But that might just be because I'm incredibly introverted as it is. So... I find it difficult. I fade into the background a lot whenever I'm in a group setting, generally speaking, unless I'm really established in that group. But that's just how my personality is. F-Touch Mobile. Yeah, I think more customization for everything outside of the PC stuff would be good as well. Nexus mods, Balatro. Oh, even the cards look so cool. Immense. I haven't tried any of the mods for Balatro yet. My plan was to finish the game vanilla and then start digging into the mods and stuff. But turns out I'm not good enough at it. Also, there's a guy called Oleg Chipper here who looks Moldovan. Is he from the same class as Minji? Born in York, Pennsylvania. Oh, that was so funny. Hey, Ben. Didn't they do like a tour as well? Like an actual like open-top bus tour or something? And then lost to... Oh, hello. Oh, suspected spam call. No. I was like, ooh, do I this time? But then if I answer it, then fucking hell, it won't stop ringing after that, will it? Did I actually send these guys around again? Damp mold crack potentially. Oh, they've already... Oh, no, hang on. They are still ringing. That's a new one. Ah, fuck. Ooh. There's a... Hey, chat, good news. Did you hear what that said? I need to talk to you urgently. Please add me on WhatsApp. I've not... That's new. On the plus side, an item I've been watching on Vinted has just been discounted again. So your boy might be able to pick up some cheap clobber. Which means my Colorado Avalanche jumper should be coming soon as well, which is fun. I guess that's what they all say. I've just never actually, like... I've never answered one of those before. Normally I just... The problem with those ones, if you reject the call, you get an immediate ring again. Like, it does it, like, instantly. And it really annoys me, so I just leave them to ring out most of the time because it wastes their time and not mine. But, yeah. We don't even get to talk to real people when they're being arseholes now. I miss the days of being able to answer spam calls on stream. Those were always really fun. Katsa, or Katcha. I do like him, but he's got a long-term contract now. And a £10 million release clause. What's he the next? Nothing. Not even the next... Trying to think of a Brazilian centre-back. Literally couldn't think of a Brazilian centre-back in my life. Who was the guy that played for Thiago Silva? Was he Brazilian? Was he Portuguese? Spanish? German? Lucio? Ask you to download an app instead of responding to you on the call. Yeah, exactly. People must be falling for it. Thiago Silva was the one that came to mind. I just forgot that he was Brazilian somehow. You're not relevant to me anymore. Why am I still getting you in here? Franklin Ortiz. Winger. Ooh. 17, so presumably won't talk to us. Yeah. God's sake. They'll come back round again. Alberto Palacios. Ah, you're 18 and a DLP and wanted by... Ooh. If he was a low enough squad status, he might be kind of fun. Or not. You're 18. Really? Okay, that's annoying. Maybe we're just not at that level yet. See, what? I saw something on... they were basically saying, oh, yeah, but we played a week inside. It was like, I looked at that starting 11. Yeah, there were some youth players in there, but... like, this is an Asian All-Stars team here. The Manchester United meme is truly groundbreaking. It just continues. David Luiz as well. Yeah, I forgot about Sideshow Bob. Hey, we finally got information on Minji. Minji don't look too bad, actually. POV, you're a butologist. I'm going to shortlist him because I like... Is that Aldair Aponzo by any chance? Because if it is, we've looked at him so many times and there's always been a reason why I haven't signed him. Wait, am I missing something here? Says Arcone. Oh, yeah, it's the same guy. Does he look better now all of a sudden? A couple more Brazilians. Eder, fullback. Brazilian. Oh, okay. Sorry, there was a guy we kept scouting, the same guy called Aldair Aponzo. We destroy. But to be fair, I mean, like, Fulham will... Man United could be relegated bottom of the league and they'd still do the double over Fulham. It's just what we do. It's in our nature. And it's always stupid 1-0 games with some hilarious goal. At least we got the cup one, though, I guess. Not that that meant anything, because we then bottled it to Palace. Not even bottled it, we just played like shit. Victor Hughes... I've looked at this guy before, haven't I? He's okay. Yeah, getting sacked because of friendly results would be quite fun. But then, like... I mean, what are their even expectations for next year? Because when all the discourse I see around Man United is like, oh yeah, we're in for this player and this player. It's like, why would those players do that? Like, surely people by now would learn. I know money matters, but surely at some point they would say, hey, this massive list of players have gone there and have had no proper careers as a result of it. Maybe I will swerve that at some point. Did he reject them? So where's he likely to go then? For a Chelsea move? Oh, for God's sake. So he can go and not play for Chelsea. Jesus. It's just... Football is really annoying sometimes, isn't it? One of my least favourite things in football is seeing... Particularly when it's one team that has like a really good season and they just get picked apart immediately after that. Start over Jackson. I mean, will he? But then for Jackson, it's like... I actually don't mind Nico Jackson. I just... He feels like he's so close to being an unbelievably elite player, but... that last, like, 5%, he's just incapable of reaching it. Absolutely flourished there. I mean, is Calvert-Lewin out of... I did see the Jackson miss yesterday, yes. Bournemouth especially, yeah. I mean, they've already lost Howson, haven't they? Kirkage possibly as well. Oh, that one where he was clean through on goal and he took the massively bad touch. Yeah, sorry, I thought you meant the... Yeah. Yeah, that was incredible. That's what I mean about his cardio, man. Why he rejected United. That would make sense as well, I suppose. Bib in training, yeah. I mean, I forgot that Kiernan Dewsbury Hall existed until yesterday. I don't know. I'm not going to pretend I've watched loads of Chelsea games in the Premier League this season. I have never seen him play. I know he's played loads in the Conference League, but I like how angry Chelsea got as well for Betis for not kicking the ball out in that game. It's like, why would they kick the ball out there? He's gone through on goal and hurt himself. Why on earth would they kick the ball out? Let's see. Oh, I think Pog has just returned to us, chat. She has. Let's see. Hello, Pogs. You okay? What doing, Chief? What's that?
All stuff from the doctor.
Oh, for the doctor. Sorry, I thought it was car stuff. With cake.
No, you didn't have to pay for anything today.
Didn't have to pay for it? Well, yeah, nothing happened.
No, but well, they put break fluid in.
Oh,
but they
okay.
didn't charge for a break fluid.
Okay, cool. That's cool.
But it'd be about 300.
Right, so what's the situation, though? I would like to know why we're needing a new ABS
So,
pump.
they because obviously it was the same issue that we had.
But if it was the same issue, why are we leaking brake fluid when we weren't before?
I don't know. He genuinely said like we're having to replace your pump. It's coming out. It's coming out the pump, and that's what he said was happening before.
So it's brake fluid for the
It's
okay.
coming from the ABS.
So the ABS pump is leaking, and that.
Yes, and he thinks that it's a known issue. He said it's an issue with these pumps.
Right. Okay. I mean.
But it's like, what can we do at that point? What can we do?
I don't know.
But
Take the bus.
I said to the guy, but look, we can't do this every fucking 12 months. And the guy said, no, I get
Yeah,
it. I was like,
I can't afford to be spending that on a car every time.
No, but at the end, I was just like, thank you very much, but I'm going to cry in my car.
Yeah. See you next year.
I'm going to go cry.
Chat. It's time for the snack zone, baby. We're entering the snack zone. Oh, that's no bad news. It's stuck to the top of the bag. Bit of bag rustling ASMR there as well, by the way, chat. Oh no.
Oh,
It's all over the bag. You hate to see it. I would say play the snack zone intro, but it's an iced bun. Oh, that really is. It's been put upside down in the bag, and all the icing is stuck to the bag. That's not too bad, actually. We've gone for Gopping Pink Ice Bun. You are watching Jetlag right now. Yes, absolutely. We're in the snack zone, baby. Pog and I are finally watching. We've got up to the Australia one. Lick the bag. Oh. Don't call Pog that.
Let's go to the beach. Let's go away.
They say what they're going to say.
Which is like me. It's hard to come back.
Ishramam.
Also, I forgot to put coffee in my coffee. I had caramel milk from Dorrington's.
Sounds tasty. African Wonder Kids, maybe. You're right. Sorry, I didn't invite you to the snack zone, baby.
Yeah, you do. Sure.
It's so goddamn good. Jetlag is so good.
What?
She is the snack zone. Agreed.
Yeah.
Hundy P. All around it. Well, no, because you just put it in the bottom of the bag and then don't have the icing on the top touching the outsides.
I do eat, to be fair. He says no offence meant, but I do eat a lot of snacks.
I have considered sorting out a mic for Pog as well, because this interface does have a second mic input.
I want to go pee now because I really need a way.
The only mic I know is Sweet Left Foot, though. That's not even true. I'm at many nights. Right. How's it going, Millie? Hungry again because of you, but get yourself a nice bun. They're delicious. Like, this bakery chain only exists in, like, Essex and I think there's still one in Cambridge. But I used to get coffee from there and this stuff all the time, but now I can only get it when I go see my parents. And obviously M was at my parents today, so yeah. Mike's still facing the game. Yeah, he is. He's not in this save yet, weirdly. Oh, this was the guy from I don't mind this chap actually, and EU. It's a chain called Dorrington's. Sorry, forgive me for the fact I keep stepping away from the mic. I don't want to be chewing on the microphone. Yeah, Alfie's new business venture. And we're back. I'd be chewing on the cake, I suppose. Well, I mean, to be fair, not only is it a regen name, but it's also a real name. I'm just going to sign this guy, I think. Oh, no, not trialing him. Ah, that was nice. Love to see it. Be fat on cake. Love to see it. Right, what are we saying? 155 grand for him is fine. For me now, I just have to look for anyone who's like... There's another Swedish Colombian. Andreas Nader. I love a Swedish Colombian. In Suffolk over here. That's fine. I'm basically in Suffolk as well. I'm not, thankfully, but it doesn't take me much to drive to Suffolk, let's put it that way. If I just literally just go straight down the A10, or is it Norfolk I end up in? It's kind of on the border of both in a way. No, they've seen my cake before, Millie. they've seen a lot of it today. I'm wearing the Gas Boys shirt. Yeah, someone's dad's been shagging around Colombia there. I'm not convinced by Martin Basic. Not compared to... I think he's worse than the Tunisian guy we've signed. And he's worse than Ian Almada massively. And he's quite expensive as well. I'm not convinced he's the one we want. I'm glad we looked at him, though. But I don't think he's quite who we need. This is a 20-year-old. Fickle. I really don't like fickle personality players. Looks basic. He kind of does. He's got the temp pulse. Was he born in Sweden? Even better. Yeah, I'll have you. I like him because of his name. Rocco, we have a world traveller. True. Oh, wow, he wants no money. That's a really low release clause. What was it I was defaulting to? Like 15, 30 million? I can never remember. I changed my mind after every single one anyway. He has no caps yet, which is possibly somewhat perturbing. Whoa, what am I doing there? With a guy like this, I'm not gonna give him 2.6k a week because it's just a waste of money. I'll just pay him. He's a B team player at best, and if he does ever get to the point where we actually want to start him in games in the league, then we can just give him a new contract at that point. Like when they're like 1.8k or whatever, at that point I'm willing to do it. But when it would involve basically trebling his wages, I don't think it's really worth it. He's not really likely to actually play for us. So, watch him have like 200 PA now. Be very. It has seen so typically us. Oh, these are not easy games now. Away at Villarreal, away at Valencia. Right off the back of a bad, well, not bad loss, but bad performance as well. Okay. God, the top three really have just run away with it this year. It's those goal differences compared to everybody else. Andorra, though, still not in the relegation places. They will be. They're going to finish bottom, mark my words. But they at least gave it a good go to begin with. I bet you they've got the worst XG in the league. Oh my God. No wonder we beat Athletic Club. They're absolute bobbins. Shout out to Mafia doing it yet again for Osasuna. 9 goals in 10 games this season for them. He got 32 in 34 last year, and he's on for literally the same again this season, except arguably even better with 3 assists as well. He is unbelievably good. Surprised no one's actually gone and picked him up, to be honest, considering they got him for free off of Manchester City. Man City buy him for 1.5 million, loan him to Osasuna for 1 season, then they take him for... That means he was only on a 2-year contract at Manchester City in the first place. Mad. Joe Argyle, thank you for the follow. I'm assuming it's Plymouth Argyle. Didn't Plymouth... Aren't they in the process of losing their manager right now? Whilst also taking a player from Exeter City, if I recall, and Exeter are a little bit salty about it. Look at me with my football knowledge. Recently, there's been a lot of the passive-aggressive football press releases, and I'm here for it. There was another one as well I saw lately, and I can't remember who it was. It's great, though. Mick Beale with an accent! I think, if I recall correctly, isn't the reason that they're salty about it because they basically promised... he said he was going to stay, and then they restructured the whole backroom around it. And then went, fuck it, I'm off. Bundesliga 2, I love that. The demeaning nature of it. Extra trust. Just felt like it for the vibes, right? Andorra lose again. Shocker. Austria lose to now? Okay. Whole season. So PB. Yeah, wasn't it so that he'd got... Hang on, if I remember correctly. Let's see if I can remember this. I'm pretty certain they got like... Wow, they lost again? They got 18 points from their first 23 matches, and then with him, they got 28 points from their next 23 matches or something. So they'd have been like really solid without if he'd been there the whole time. Hang on. Why is Jeremy back in goal again? Why are they playing a grayed out goalkeeper again? You have goalkeepers! Do they not? I've got to check this. Why are they playing grayed out keepers again? So they've got one there. That's the under-19s map. Un momento por favor. Ineligible. He's not registered for the first team. What? Oh wait, hang on. Is it because of the deadline? Oh! He is registered first team, and I can't check him out until January. But then why is the other guy not playing then? Because he's injured. Good sweet Jesus. Our B team are going to get relegated because we don't have any goalkeepers, aren't they? Right, I'm going to move this guy up then. The thing is, if I sign someone, I can't sign them. As in, they won't join us. Even on a free transfer, as far as I know. You can't register them outside of Windows. Just for the time being, I'll dump him into the B team squad. Just so they've got a goalkeeper. I know the under-19s will suffer, but I don't really care. Hey, I'm a trainer. How's it going? Long time no see. Tier list of films you've seen. What would you consider top tier? Chef. That's the list. Chef. Chef, end of list. God damn it. Our B team are going to get themselves bloody relegated at this rate, aren't they? I think it'll be fine once January comes around and we can deregister our boy. But it is a little bit concerning. Register at any time. Surely they can't. Because I can't even take players out of my squad. So how would I be able to put a player in? Oh, you're right. So hang on, I can Sorry. So I can take a player... What? So I can put a player in the squad, but I can't take a player out of the squad. Okay. The greyed out keeper isn't any good in the sense that, like, he literally... We can't even see his attributes. Because he isn't, like, a real keeper. Right, let's just pick a random... free goalkeeper, I guess, then. Problem is, it's going to have to be someone that's actually going to want to play for the B team. What a weird rule. In fairness, we just have so few goalkeepers, which doesn't help. That was part of my... Oh, we don't need anyone because we got Socorro, but then maybe we forgot that we actually did need someone just further down. Oh, yeah, I'm not actually going to go... Let's see if there's a goalkeeper here. There you go. Oh, you're not a freebie. We just find the best sort of... Let me find the best PA goalkeeper who's free and young. It's this guy, Stefano Rossetti. In you come, lad. Emergency backup. That's fine. He'll be fine for the B team. 6 million release cost. Brother, if someone pays £6 million for you, they are welcome. That'll do. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, when I say if he's crap, we don't know if he's crap because we literally can't see his attributes because he doesn't have any attributes because he's not a real player. As in, like, it's blank, completely blank. So there's no point in assigning him. 23 points in 21. Oh, okay. So it's still better. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't help that we just keep getting these goalkeeping injuries, but we could do with a few... What I might do is if we do see any kind of decent high potential goalkeepers, we'll... Oh, I haven't put the La Liga thing in there. Although, actually, while we're here, this guy's certainly worth a scout. Hot dog. Rep of the club. Yes, but my point is he doesn't have attributes because we can't see... If I show you the goalkeeper, he doesn't have attributes. That they are not... That's why we're bad, because the game doesn't really take that into account when it's simming those matches. That's why we're getting absolutely hammered by that. Let's just add that extra thing in. Because I don't want to see the La Liga teams in here. Club, division... Is La Liga Sport? No, he's not. There we go. That's better. We'll get that guy over the line. We can put him in there. And then we'll just start actually signing some young goalkeepers now. Trust Chelsea over United. Yeah, I mean... Weird that those were the only two choices. 50 points. That would save them. But surely that isn't mid-table, right? Surely 50 points is like just outside the relegation places, which is fine. Did Ron score again? Oh, God, he's got 6 in 5. Is he the top scorer in Ligue 2? Insanely, no. Just mad to think that, but he is actually not the top scorer in Ligue 1. Not even the second top scorer. Right. I just don't want the B team getting relegated because I want to make sure they're in a playable league. Right. Changes here. Who's available? Or rather, is the bench full? There always seems to be someone missing from it. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like another, it's like one of those moves that you're just going to be like, oh, okay, like, So we're not going to hear about him much, I wouldn't have thought. I always feel like it would behoove a lot of these players to... He's back, but he's also not actually back. Because, like, him being on the bench here is pointless, because I can't bring him off the bench playing like that. Then again, Jose's in a similar situation, and I think I'd rather keep the guys... I don't think there's anyone I need to bring back in the team right now. I want to keep Almeida on the bench instead of Fernandez, actually. How did Fernandez even get on the bench? I'm assuming I put him there. Gorka's coming back soon as well, nearly. It's not a glitch. It's a feature of the skin I'm using you, and it adds that stuff back again because it's just so much easier to see. How's Lewis McGarry? He's doing great stuff for the B team. Oh, wait, no, hang on. Wait, that's the wrong guy. That's right, there's a different Irish player we've got. He's really, really bang average. Back up, I mean, he could, but, like, I think I'd honestly rather play Cole, but, I mean, he's got the pace. And that way we wouldn't have to put Opry on the bench. I don't need Jambor on the bench either, do I really? Or even... God, who do I want to take out? Yeah, that'll be fine for now. He is useful at least there. Just on raw ability, technical ability... on his pure pace. Okay. Valencia, away. This is going to be really tough no matter what we do. So, Pajic, show me something. Yes, they're still captured in the back end. It's just for some reason on FN24 they made the decision to hide them from the UX. Or from like the UI for some reason. So what Saz did with the skin is he just exposed that information again. Sometimes they can be a bit glitchy, but they are still working in the way that they were supposed to. It's so weird that they got rid of that in the first place. Like, I realised that obviously in real life you wouldn't have a percentage assigned to a player, but then you also wouldn't have a heart assigned to a player either. It's just like, you need something to know. Ooh, I do like this kit a lot. McGarry, thank you for spotting that, because McGarry's the kind of player that, like, he's not good, and he won't ever be good. Oh my god, surely not. Chat, we're in front ahead of fucking literally 10 seconds in, we lead at Valencia, and Dosso's already got his 9th goal of the season. That was too easy. This is definitely giving we're going to lose this 3-1 now. Straight from the kickoff. Just drops it to Enrique, out wide to Marquez, makes the run, and then Marquez just gives it back to him. Brilliant finish as well. Slap. Nice. That must be the fastest goal. Might be the fastest goal I've seen this whole cycle. Because it was so... The ball was just put up the pitch so quickly. McGarry against tired legs could definitely... Wow, Pajic now. 7.0 in the first 10 minutes here. So strange. Maybe he just needed a bit of match fitness and to settle into the tactic a little bit. And now that he's actually getting a run of games, he's actually starting to flourish a little bit more. Because it is odd now that he's started playing quite well. Considering I moved the tactic back to what we were doing before. Oh, go on. Knock it down, Thiago. Oh, that's not great, actually. I was hoping he'd win that to someone useful. Oh, wait, come on. Porte. No. Oh, come on now. You've got to be doing better than that. Ads on VODs. Really? Oh, I do not get any money on that, no. My VOD channel isn't monetized. The only time you'll see ads on VODs... actually, probably because I have to... I think it's because the theme tune I use for it is copyrighted, so they all get copyright claimed. They get put up, so maybe the rights holder can put ads on the videos. I really do need to get the second channel monetized. I just keep forgetting. Because I'm probably costing myself a couple of £100 a month out of that. And at least if I did that, then I could maybe sign it up for a network and then sort out that problem. But it is because on the VOD you hear the theme tune. If I took that off, it would probably be okay, actually. But yeah, the channel itself isn't actually monetized. I try to make sure the experience is as good as possible for the viewer if I can do. It's the same reason I don't run ads on Twitch. Here we go. We're actually playing surprisingly well. Oh, go on, Paige. Outside. Oh, he's cutting inside. Oh, it's beautiful. Okay. Vinco, baby. 2-1 to Tenerife. Vinco scored. Intriguing. That was really unusual as well for that role, because usually I was expecting him to go outside the defender, but the fact that he cuts inside on his left foot instead, that's very interesting. It seems like he's finally popping a little bit now, which does make me feel bad a little bit for Nikolic and Mbala, but at least now I feel like Vinco's probably the guy that we should be going with as a starter, but then with Nikolic and Mbala then able to provide backup as they slowly develop as players. This will allow us to have a more stable player in that role. I mean, it might just be that he's having a good game, but he was having a good game before he scored the goal as well. So it wasn't like it was a fluky moment from him, per se. Fortunate to be ahead, though, I must admit. We're not exactly creating loads, but we're taking our chances when they're there. Which is never a bad thing. Have they just made a half-time sub? That's always a good sign when they make half-time subs. Particularly as this would put us 6th place, 18 points from 10 games, if we were to get this win, is very, very good indeed. I mean, it feels like at the moment, because there's so many crap teams towards the very bottom, the points shifting is going towards the top, so there's a lot more points where there wouldn't normally be. It's kind of like the Premier League this season, where even the mid-table sides, like Fulham got like 50-something points this year. Most of the seasons, that's like easily top half. But because the teams at the bottom were so bad, the points are sort of fluctuating up the league. Right. Thiago for Puello. Why not? Carapchea is very tired. God, I love being able to bring Mikoar off the bench. Marcus has done really well as well, actually. I wonder if this might be a try for Lewis McGarry. Maybe Pineda instead of... Yeah, we'll leave that. And then one more sub to go with. Probably need to get Perez. Oh, no, Martin. Sorry, I did get Vanderlei back in the team a little bit as well, actually. I do want to see how McGarry does against the slightly more tired legs. It does help that they've got a really narrow system. So I wonder if that'll allow space for McGarry. Here we go. A third goal here, and it's... Oh, that's a red card. Hello. 15 minutes to go. Bilal's managed to draw a red. Chalal sent off for a foul on Bilal. They'll now score the equaliser because 10-man OP. Oh. Mid-tally. Yeah. But there were still more points I think it's just because there was more points in the middle. It was quite... The league was quite chubby in the centre. The league essentially had like a love handles this year. Because there was just so few points down towards the relegation zone. Because usually you seem to get, you know, high 20s, low 30s and they're going down. And there's usually not a Southampton in there as well that's struggling with almost no points, pretty much. Oh, go on. Oh, over the bar. Bring on the Irish boy. He's already on the pitch and has been for the past 20 minutes. Right. And he's not done badly. He just hasn't done goodly. Come on. That is a massive win. Away at Valencia, unexpected. Vinco was really, really good. Who was man of the match here? Oh. Okay. It was Carapchea. Fair enough. That was one of my favourite types of red cards, actually. The ones that just completely kill the game, where you do nothing after the red card for some reason, but luckily they don't do anything either. It's just basically, you might as well just end the game there at that point. That is an unexpected set of points. Have we won 3 in a row in the league now? Because it should be seeming like it. Did he get 2 in 2 minutes? Even better. He saw Bilal come on and he was like, no, I must deal with this myself. Yep. It's like when they say the name of the movie in the movie. It's where you go, Hello, Pogs. What's up?
I'm going to go to Boots in Town.
Going to go to Boots in Town, yeah?
Because the pharmacy, would you believe,
The pharmacy doesn't have a prescription.
doesn't have the cream from a prescription.
God, imagine.
But apparently it's a manufacturing issue.
Ah, okay. Well, it's always a manufacturing issue. That's why they never have anything.
Because I wanted she's prescribed me a 30-gram.
Seems like a skill issue to me.
She's prescribed me a 30-gram cream. Boots have 2 15 grams.
Okay.
That they can give over the counter. But
If you're going to Boots, could you potentially get me some hair mousse? Or potentially some cream?
I can have a look.
Sick.
I don't want to walk, so.
76. Was it really that close? Bye, Pog. Oh, yeah, there. 76 minute yellow, 77th minute red. Impressive. Yeah, I'm glad that Luis has... He just seems to be so consistent. What was he? What, 2.5? Yeah, I mean... He's got an average rating of 7.24 from goalkeeper. Like, while I'm a little bit worried that perhaps his potential is not as high as we thought he was, I'm fully on board the Luis Socorro train, and I'm so glad we put him in goal this season. Like, he's only conceded 10 goals in La Liga in 10 games. That's incredibly good. And he's getting a good rating in games. Oh, lovely, 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 lovely. Exactly. It's the reason. The same with like Martinez and the other Ayose. These guys, the other guys I really like. I think Raul's great. I think Puello could be great as well. Even that Pratt dude. But Socorro and Jose Martinez and Jose mean more to me because they are literally homegrown guys from Tenerife that we brought through. And I think Socorro could get Spain caps one day. Maybe. Yeah, he's got £150 million release clause now. I've basically added either 150 or £120 million release clauses to all of our young Spanish guys now. What I'm impressed by is the fact that they actually chose to stay, those that had bids from elsewhere. Was it Puello that they actually triggered the clause of 10 million and he chose to stay with us rather than going to Chelsea? That's big. Liam Delap, go to Tenerife. Yeah, he's grown in, other than, he's gone up 2 in stamina as well and 1 in strength. But it's things like the communication going up by 3 already. He is going to be really, I feel like we've basically got our goalkeeper for the rest of the save, providing we don't get sacked from Tenerife or have anything crazy befall us. I see no reason why I would want another goalkeeper. The only thing that could maybe throw a spanner in the works is if we get to him being 22 and we find out that he's not got big matches or actively doesn't like them. But I just don't see anything in his game so far that's making me think that he's got that. Or we lose the final. Yeah. Although with the way we played against Skendia, I get the feeling that we probably aren't going to be getting into any finals this year, thank God. The reason I called it so early is because this is what Hadrian always says as well, right? With these guys, you have to give them football. And with the way that this team's set up, once I realised that we could take a bit of a hit as far as the overall team quality and not get relegated, my logic was that we could then go pressure off and it wouldn't matter if we had a bit of a worse season. So for me, it made sense. That's why I did it like halfway through last year. I went, right, we got loads of points here. Let's just settle this down, get these guys in the squad, start getting them some game time and go from there. And this year has been more of the same. That's why I'm not like desperate to sign loads of really star players, because I think these guys can become those players. Just looking at our starting 11 right now, Dosso obviously is a different kettle of fish. He's good now, but he's probably likely to be as good as he's ever going to be. Pajic probably will get a bit better, but I'm not sure by how much. Nikolic, on the other hand, might have a bit more of a higher ceiling. And who's the other guy we got? Mbala. I think there's definitely room for him to grow as well. That's why I want to make sure he gets enough game time. Steiny, we already know all about. Herholt's just a lovely little holder for the time being. I think Martinez in goal, not in goal, centre-back too. He just looks like the perfect archetype of what I want out of a centre-back. What worries me is that injury proneness, but so far so good. He's just solid as a rock. He does the business. And there's still more guys to come through. Because we've got... Jose Garcia was one of the other ones from the intake. And I still think there's something to be said for Jose Garcia. But he is still in the B team. He's just not playing there much yet. I might see if we can find a loan for him in January. If he's not playing B team games, he really needs to be getting some loan spells just to get football. Because we can't let him stagnate. Not with that... between 15 and... Not with that professionalism that he's got. Which is nice. Yeah, those three have formed a lovely little pairing. I love Herholt. He's just so solid. He just does stuff. And he was doing it last year too. Who else we got as options as well? Puello too. This guy I think long term is going to be the CM. The lack of tackling is a little bit of a concern, but I think he's absolutely goated, honestly. It's crazy. Morindle! That's another tier 3 today. Holy shit. 3 on the same day? Thank you for the 15 months as well, friend. I hope you're well. Average ages in the squad. Oh, good question. One sec. I will deal with that. Was there any other players I wanted to look at? We've still got Gorka Bilbao, who I'm training to play here. Or here, rather. I think he could be a useful player for us later. Ibu Gomez as well. Like, he's no slouch. Who's that other guy? Prats. There's so many... We've got our entire, like, spine of the centre of the team is going to be homegrown. Because we've got goalkeeper, centre-backs, CMs, DMs, AMs. It's tremendous. It's just the wide players, basically, that are all going to be from random places. Carrot Chairs making... Although, to be fair, when you've got people like Octavian, who cares, right? What a guy. Team of the week for Carrot Chairs, where you'll have to see it. What was I looking up there? Average squad... It's on this screen, isn't it? Average age 22. Because, really... Manny Whitby is not really a squad member. Marquez is 27. Smates is Smatesy. Porte is 28. But then after that, it's 23 and under for most of our other key players. Like Henrique. God, he's settled in well. 6 goals and 2 assists in 12 games is perfect. I think I'd maybe like to see a teensy little bit more out of him. And he's maybe not quite reached the levels of Feta yet. Speaking of Feta, I wonder how Feta's getting on at Manchester City. Could have some week. Well, to be fair. Wait. Oh, yeah, that's fine. We expected that. Steiny, it does feel like... So, Steiny came through in season... So, it was Maresca. Sorry, Maresca Merge. 2 seasons in Cardiff. 1 season in Sestri. Then we got James Bradley in the first intake in Serong. So, Steiny came through in season 6. At the end of season 6, but he was 15 when he came through. So he's been around for a while. We're in season 14. He's played for us for 8 years now, and he's still only 23. He must be... The reason I know this stuff off the top of my head is because obviously I was doing script and editing for the recap video yesterday, so all of that stuff's still like fresh because I'm at the Sarong level. 207 league appearances at 23. And obviously it's more than that when you count the cup games as well. 2, 4... 13. Oh my god. 23. Then 30 of them. 33 cup games. None there. And he's playing continental matches. Wait, hang on. Continental games? For who? Still getting under 23 games as well. Point being, Steiny's played nearly 250 games in his career already. And he's 23 years old. Number one, you think so, right? What's the betting? He just doesn't like me. Pleased with his playing time. That's great news. I might have to start him in the next game against Villarreal anyway. Just to be on the safe side. And we can always sub on Vinco if need be. That way we'll just stop that being an issue. Feta, he is at Manchester City. The question is whether he's playing for them. I hope he is. He's played 3 Premier League games for them. And once scored 1 goal in the Europa League. That makes me think that they will end up actually triggering that clause. I want to just check the clause. So yeah, if he plays another 17 games for them in the league, they'll owe us 10.25 million quid. Oh. Delicious. I think there's a chance he gets that. Maybe not this season, but over his time at Man City. I think 20 league games is... The fact that he's played any... is sick. They also owe us another £9 million there and a 50% sell-on fee as well on a player that's worth, well, between 50 and 70 million pounds. So let's just say conservatively 50. So if they sold him, they'd owe us another 25 million quid. What's likely to happen, though, is he gets released at the end of his contract. But it is a 5-year contract, which means there's plenty of time for him to at least trigger the other clauses. But the reason I put that clause in there was because I was worried that he wouldn't get the games for them. Have we got any other absolutely wild clauses in here that we need to... Solar as well. Like, Milan owe us another, what's that, 5 million quid, nearly. And this. So they're probably going to give us another 10 million out of that as well. There's plenty of money sloshing around that we haven't even got our hands on yet, which is great news. Antoine Hakar was the guy from Serong, right? He's at Auxerre. I'm not convinced he's a worldie, but he does have good physicals. But Serong had generated some really good players even before we got there, if you recall. Like, we actually had a pretty stacked youth team when we got to the club. We just couldn't afford to actually use them because we needed to, like, sell them to get money to buy players for now. So it's very rare that I end up doing that. God, what a season that... Oh, that was under 23s. Still an insane year. 8 goals and 11 assists. 9 man of the match awards playing in the lower divisions, though. Didn't really do all that well at Union Saint-Gilloise, really. And then somehow Auxerre went, yeah, here's money. Incredible business for them. DJ'd at the end of his testimonial. No. That does seem entirely in keeping with what I would expect from him. Is this Djibril Cissé? Is this a different Djibril Cissé? Right? Because when I hear Djibril Cissé, all I can think of is former... Wait. Really? Is he still playing? The QPR one? Wow. That's awesome. How old is Djibril Cissé? He feels like one of those players that should have retired like a decade ago. But maybe that's just my weird concept of time dilation. Just making like he's 32. So that was Ilya Haidini. He of the famously not scoring a single league goal for the first 18 matches. And then over the full season that he was at Serong, managed a grand total of 1 league goal. Oh yeah, fair enough. 43. Bloody hell. So is he only just retired? Lord of the Manor of Frogston, yes. Yeah, Houdini got 1 goal in off of 6.55 XG in that season for Sihong. What's Houdini up to these days, actually? Wow, he just never really did much, did he? We did the right thing by selling him to Slavia, because we got the clause out of that too. Then he went to Visharad. Got promoted with them, I suppose. Then amazingly went to the Allsvenskan to play for Kalmar. Then to Opava. Now he's playing in Poland with Korona Kielce. Love that. He's still... I mean... His goal scoring hasn't exactly been electric in his career. He got 5 for Sirong there. None for Slavia's first team at all. 1 for Kalmar and 3 for... Wow, he was just never capable of scoring goals, was he? Disclaimer. I might have to just type it in like this because I can only remember how to... There he is. EK Sirius! 27 years old. Was at Salernitana. Didn't work out that well for him at Salernitana, though. So, yeah. Oh, that was because I sold him to Salernitana, didn't I? I think. No, would I have sold him to Salernitana? I feel like I would have done, but I'm now not sure about it. No, we can't have done, because that's when they got promoted. So that was after we left. Because that was... He actually played 28 games for them in the season after we left. And that earned him a move to Salernitana. Then on loan to a team that was in... So just to clarify, he was in... He did a full season in the second tier with us after we left. Then went to Salernitana. Then the following year, they loaned him back to a 4th tier side where he was okay and then has barely played since, basically. Strange. It's in Prague, is it not, Fry? I only know this because I saw a TikTok about visiting Prague yesterday, and that was one of the things they mentioned for some reason. That and about something, I think it was funnel cake, probably. Or chimney cake, I forget. I think that's Hungarian. That's probably the same kind of thing, right? Does look delicious, though, to be fair. I really would like to go to Prague. Not sure where we're planning to go for our next trip. There's probably nowhere now that the car needs another £300 worth of repairs to fix the ABS pumps. That's good. Why can't it be an OBS pump, indeed? It's a free software. Look at the scout. Cake is cake. Agreed. You can't go wrong with cake. Oh. What's a Hang on, there's a Ghanaian at Alashkert. Excuse me while I investigate this. Absolute wildness. There's also a guy called Florian Grimm. Ah, he's 21 though. Who's he want to buy? Freiburg. Okay. Yeah, Stephen Owusu. Ghanaian at Alashkert. They signed him from Volta. Who I can't even click because of this stupid panel up here being... Okay, I'll do it down here. They did get relegated in real life. Yeah, unfortunate. Stephen Owusu. What a pickup that is. Intriguing. I know. How he has the temerity, you might even say, to have his age start with a 2. Aaron Arslan. Ooh. Jakob Ainsa. Fickle, but give him time. Abmanavaka. They're a pretty much no-brainer club to scout because they always produce monstrous talent. Faton Cake. Let's see, we've got a few Fatons. Oh, wait, quite a lot of Fatons, in fact. An obscene amount. Faton Bega, Faton Sila, Faton Mata, solid. Faton Basha, Faton Chani, Faton Kodra. They're just Ryan Mason. Naturally. There's got to be a guy with cake in the name. Tyler... What? Hang on a minute. Tyler Cake? Chat, there is a real player called Tyler Cake. And he's American. Which means that Cake could be in the American name pool. Okay. From unknown. We know where he's from. The Bakery. I love that as a certain... It's pronounced Kake, actually. Then just randomly Mikel Arteta. Also, shout out to Lave Cake. I guess it's Lavakake probably because it's Fiji, but still. And also Rokovakake. B-team keeper. I would, but he's got a contract. Some Pillsbury? He is the Pillsbury Doughboy. God, those top three. Oh, we got Villarreal next as well, haven't we? Then Young Boys. Young Boys have started quite poorly, actually. But then it's back to Real Zaragoza. Like, if we can keep this run going, I expect we will lose this one because it is away from home. And as good as we've been playing lately. Then again, we might just start firing because all of these youngsters are just going to be... Every game they play is just going to be more steps in their development. Socorro is going to get better and better. I wouldn't be surprised if Luis Socorro is 3.5-star CA in our team by the end of this season. Because he's just going to be exposed to so much football. Fat on Cake was from Albania, yeah. It was like... I got one of these, like, on this day things from TikTok about that exact meme a few days ago. Because it was from, like, 2022. Either way, I get the feeling that by the end of this year, we'll have a couple of those guys bedded into the first team properly. I still don't think Raul is going to be ready to be leading the line for us next season at this rate, just because he keeps getting injured. I physically can't give him enough game time for him to actually develop enough to lead the line. Not when Dosso is playing as well as he is. Because I think this is the first... Oh, Tottenham recognised about the world's best. Spurs are the best academy in the world, apparently. With Vaughan Orsi Dodomo, who is 100% of facing the game. Who else have they had? Joseph Allo, Alec Young, and Ibrahim Obina. Any crazy ones on here? Palace are on the list now, which makes sense. Napoli... I'm surprised Napoli are even producing any players at this point, because, like, what's the point of coming through at Napoli when you're still not winning the league? Mental. They're just... They're so much better than everybody else. Then again, even their XG is not good. Milan are plus 10. Who did they lose to? Probably Milan at this rate. Actually, what should be Sassuolo? Lazio. A relatively average, well, not average, like a solid Lazio side away from home. But with the squad they've got and the amount of money that they're spending on wages, which is more than £100 million a year. Yeah, Pep is Napoli manager. He's managing an absolutely stacked Napoli side that have more money than I've ever seen in an FM save before. Basically, Napoli are throwing Saudi money around in Europe, essentially. It's like having a Saudi club operating in Europe with the way that Napoli are signing players. They rarely ever go through a summer without spending at least 200 to 250 million pounds. Some they've gone up to as high as £500 million in one season. They still sell a decent amount of players, but they signed a guy from Arsenal for £220 million. A 22-year-old as well. They are so loaded. I don't think I've ever seen a club this rich in FM before. It's actually kind of disappointing that they've only won 2 league titles despite the 7 years of ownership from these guys. Oh, buyout fee. Oh, that's the Jailson one, isn't it? I owe you 400. I might just get that off them. I'll just buy it off them. Just to get rid of it. Save us a bit of cash anyway. How are they passing FFP? I don't know, honestly. Because it seems like every single season, maybe they're not. That's why they're doing so badly in Europe. They're just never in it because they keep failing FFP. They are obviously getting money from elsewhere. Because you'll see this summer, 123 out, but they bought £150 million worth. Last season, spent £330 million, sold £74 million. Season before that, £100 million negative. Season before that, £110 million negative. Season before that, £300 million in the negatives. Season before that, £140 million in the negatives. Season before that, £160 million in the negatives. They do have an insane sponsorship algorithm, if I recall. No, you know what I mean. We did look at this before, I think. Yeah, so their sponsorship income is £323 million a season. Lazio's, by the way, is second at £200 million. That's wild. Bear in mind, Roma are getting £24 million in sponsorship income. Napoli, £323 million. That's just mad. What are the La Liga clubs getting? To give you an idea, Napoli are earning the same amount of sponsorship income as everybody combined except Real Madrid in this league. Quite easily, in fact. And way more than Real Madrid, even. Lazio, they might do. Maybe they've got a new one. Maybe they're going to become... Oh, they do! So both Napoli and... I love that. Korean guy failed to take over. 5 months later, Chinese dude takes over. So yes, both Napoli and Lazio both have tycoons. Rod's now player of the month. God's sake, Runny Boy. And we have 3 million. I don't know how we can do anything. I just don't think there's anything we can do about that. They're just... Oh, is that why? Is it like a balancing mechanic that you won't ever get? Ron has found his niche, and apparently is the French second tier. Here's hoping that Paris FC win it instead of Ron. I'm starting to think that my prediction of him only getting double digits this season... sorry, not getting double digits this season is starting to look a little bit worse. Particularly as I don't think he's taking penalties for them either. God help us all. Let us see. It's weird that they're still considering us B. Like, what could they possibly be complaining about? Oh, now they're delighted about that. I love this. I've not started using any more players from the club's youth system, but now the players from the club's youth system have got contracts that are on squad status, and as a result, they suddenly think that that's different. The playing time hasn't changed, but the squad status of the players have, and that's how the game measures it. They're pleased. Oh, I didn't even realise that we were expected to reach the knockouts. I mean, it'd be a bit crazy if we didn't reach the knockouts, honestly. Wait, already? Tell you what, Moreno's done really well. 6 clean sheets, 13 goals conceded in the Championship for Sunderland. He could have been playing in the Conference League, but no, here he is at Sunderland. They'll owe us another 5 minute goal. We've got so many clauses out there. How is the Championship looking these days? Are Salford still doing well in it? Oh, ignore the baggies there. Oh my God, Salford are top. Salford are top of the Championship. They may well be going to the Premier League at this rate. But they've done okay lately. But this is the first, I reckon they end up bottling it. But still, at least that'd be something interesting happening. Plymouth are looking like they might stay up too. Palace, oh God, look at that. Burnley, Ipswich and Luton in the Championship relegation zone. Also, Stoke City's top scorer is called John Carlos Choco. Wow, he's actually really quick. 18 acceleration. That's fast chocolate right there. Great name, Choco. I didn't know Choco was a surname. What else we got? League One? Chesterfield to the... Lincoln City up to the Championship, maybe? Altrincham, not so much. The question is, chat, are Wickham still in the relegation zone in the 6th tier? That's what I want to know. Ligue 2. Hartlepool, nice. He's got a quick real melt. He's cool under pressure, though. Rock hard whilst doing it, of course. Welling United looking like they're getting relegated hard. Preston are in real trouble as well. Luton have been deducted points in back-to-back seasons in this save. This is Luton's 2nd consecutive points deduction. Insanely. They stayed up last year whilst getting points deducted. This year it's looking like it might be more of a struggle. That's why also Burnley are in real trouble too. What about the National League? York City. They just cannot get out of this league. Macclesfield going down as things stand. Anyone else down here? National League North? Cheltenham. Wow. Oh my God. Same exact record. Oh, I was hoping they had the same number of goals scored and against as well. Colville looking down. Well, this is the question. This is what I want to find out. Are Wickham still in an absolute... Yes, but also no. You know what? Actually, no. Yes, they are. I mean, they're still only 1 point outside the relegation zone in National League South. They could very easily get sucked into this still. J-Leagues is still unemployed. Harry Beadle... Harry, the profile picture... They've appointed Harry Beadle, a 33-year-old manager who was the assistant at Aldershot. J-Leagues, no, he won't. He insists, despite being a coach, more than a manager, he insists on, yeah, that. He's got a 12% win rate. I think the only games he's actually won in charge are cup games. Against Truro City and Walton and Hersham. Christ. They could still very much bite the dust here. I don't know why they've become so bad over the last few years. Whoa, 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 whoa. There's an Argentinian lad called Valentin Chocobar. Sorry? That's amazing. That means Chocobar is a name in the Argentinian name pool. Valentin Gabriel Chocobar. Is Chocobar just a surname? What a snack. Sorry, once again. We're in the snack zone, baby! Real guy, yeah. So we've got cake and choco bar. Just good to know, isn't it? Let's find old Willy Stilly. Not Stilk. Oh. Wait, is he actually... Will Still's had enough, apparently. He's Valentine's Chocolates. Was he born on the 14th of February, by any chance? Asking for a friend. The friend is me. Yeah, and bear in mind, I've not got every team I've covered on that either. William Stillian, of course it is. So, I find that people wanted the list, so I gave it, but I think the best way to go about the team report scouting is actually to do it the way that I developed the list rather than copying my list, because it will be different from in your saves. The clubs that are producing players in my saves will maybe not always match up. I swear to God, if they have not got a goalkeeper in goal in this game, I'm going to actually freak out. Now, I realise that Leganes B are a pretty good side, and... Okay, you go. So they at least played a proper goalkeeper. They'll get better in January, but I'm a little bit concerned about them getting not relegated. Hopefully they'll... Oh, God. Starting more games. Yeah, you probably should be, actually, Ephraim. Maybe I should start bringing him off the bench, too. Because he is good. Really good, in fact. Yeah, I'll just promise him some more game time. Let's try that first, actually. Alright, fine. Can't hurt. Right, so that's 500 points for that. Pancake Lane. Ah, Pancake Lane. What club is that? It's an English side, isn't it? Leverstock Green. I remember discovering this in a random video years ago. Inca origin. Really? That's cool. It sounds like one of those names that's just like a sort of nickname name that ends up in the name pool as a result of that. When I'm playing time, I either play them or I upset them. Or if I'm really lucky, I just try to I try to manage their squad statuses well enough that that isn't an issue. But inevitably, you're going to run into it from time to time. So it's just a case of either play them or upset them. Those are your choices, really. Occasionally, you'll get a good lad that, wow, that's cool. Christian Benteke is an assistant manager at LAFC. Is a Leverstock Green. Wouldn't you like to know? It just sounds like the name of every single village in England. I imagine it's what English villages sound like to people that aren't from the UK. Oh, yes, he plays for Candlewick Green Rovers, don't you know? Very Solent, I guess. I mean, yeah, small village names around here are mad. There's a place outside Cambridge called 6 Mile Bottom, and next to that there's a town called Stoke-cum-Key. And yes, cum is spelt like that. Jambort. He's worth so much money. It would be lovely if we could sell him, actually. I'll send him out on loan. Means we've got ages to complete it as well, because it's November. Tom Tits Lane? Immense. Upper Chortleton to the Village Fate, don't you know? Exactly. The way they name places around here is crap. I mean, literally, where I live is called why it is because of the eels. That's literally why it's called Ely. No, not even the Welsh cum spelling. This is in Cambridgeshire. It's literally spelt C-U-M. There's a lot of places around there with that in the middle. It'd be like X, cum, Y, basically. Do you think Sodbury? Village in Wales. Oh, yeah, no, in Wales you get it as well. 100%. So we get Stefano Rossetti. Butthole Lane, naturally. Okay, he's absolute gash, and that's perfect. B team with you. So we... For sake. We just wasted money on a goalkeeper that can't even play for the B team. Cool, Stefano. Welcome to the club, bud. Cool, glad we did that. It's the last time I listened to chat. It's not. It might be the first time. Okay. Dosso Payage. I'm going to start... Wait, where the hell is Nikolic? Oh, he's all the way down there. Nah, I think I'll just start Payage here, but I am going to start Opry today. Comes with, yeah. Great from the train. Oh, it's so nice. It's 100%. It's nicer than it looks from the train as well. It's an absolutely delightful place to live. Would recommend, particularly as it's not stupidly expensive. And I think the reason it isn't is because it's not an ideal commuting town to London because it's so far away. You can get the King's Cross train from here. It's really only commuting to Cambridge. But as a result of that, because it's on the other side of Cambridge, you don't get the London-y the London like commuter prices. So it's still somewhat affordable to live here, which is great. That's why I'd earmarked it as a place I desperately wanted to live. And it's just gorgeous as well. Stoke-on-Key, that's the one, yeah. A holy place with cows. And all of a sudden, I like it a lot more. I think the bench is actually fine, is it not? Let me just check. Just make sure no one's hiding. I'm just so settled into these two now. I feel a bit for Vanderlei, but he hasn't kicked off yet. And when he does, I'll just swap him out with Almada for a little bit until he kicks off, and then so on and so forth. Just keeping Martinez alongside one of them. Cockplay and cockshot. And don't forget Twat in Scotland, after all. Yeah, I think I'll just leave the team at that. This is just our best lineup right now, with the exception of probably Opry. We go. Emrye, thank you very much for the follow. If you are new to today's streams and you've enjoyed, then drop a follow. I'd appreciate that. We're back on Sunday. Penistone, of course, yeah. There's a place in Suffolk called something Juxta Clare as well, which is near a place called Clare in Suffolk, where I went for lunch once. Yeah, Pueyo signed the contract here. He signed the ting. He turned down Chelsea. And whoever else it was to sign for us instead. We've managed to get all of the guys that we were looking for. Well, sorry, every current one of those Spanish guys that had high PA that was wanted by another side that was a little bit like, okay, maybe there's something there. I've managed to sign all of them up. Tilbury Juxta Clare. Yes, that's the one. Clare's actually a really gorgeous little place. My ex-girlfriend and I went there for lunch once. That's the only thing I know about it. Fulham's a local club. No, I'm local in the sense that I lived in Essex and Fulham are London-based, right? But the reason I liked them is because I didn't come from a family of football. So as a result, I had to pick. And somehow chose Fulham out of all that. I think it's just because when I started watching Fulham, it was like 2002, 2003 kind of time. And that was when Fulham were just newly promoted to the Premier League. They had a load of kind of cool players. Had a lot of Americans in the team too, which was just kind of interesting to me. And I just kind of liked the way they played under Chris Coleman at the time. So that's why I chose them. We're going to give away a penalty here in a minute, aren't we? Oh. And obviously the poshest club in the UK. Naturally. Give me the cheese board. Oh. Because I wasn't going to choose a club that was like further out. I knew I was always going to choose a London club. Except for Stoke by... Yeah, absolutely. It's just a lot of like kind of hidden gemmy kind of places around there. Oh, go on, keep the pressure on. Go on, win it. Ah, yeah, that's fine. Nice. Opry. Send it, bud. Okay, could you maybe send it to one of our players? Maybe it's going to be a mistake starting Opry here. Then again, this is Villarreal away. Anything we take from this game is pure bonus money. Like, we're not expecting anything from them. What on earth? I'm expecting you to at least win the ball there, though. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, come on now. Opry again, big tackle. That's not a penalty, obviously. There's a hamlet in the middle of Bedfordshire called Ireland. Great. There's a place up the road called Denver. It's just a random little tiny hamlet on the way to Downham Market called Denver. Ashby de la Zouche. Yes. Great. It's Ashby de la Zouche sounds like an Arsenal youth prospect. Tell me I'm wrong. He 100% sounds like a guy that is like the next big thing after Miles Lewis Skelly. It's got Hail End written all over it. It's got Fulham are going to sign him in 7 years written all over it. Oh, look at this, man. Good lord. This game is going to be absolutely... What am I wearing? This is a Gas Boys shirt, Fry. Sorry, it's not. It's Ape Japes. It's a Cameroonian second division side. I bought the shirt on stream like about 4 years ago, but it fit me really, really poorly. As in, it didn't fit me at all. It was like a sausage casing, and I couldn't actually get it over myself. And I decided to try it on today to see if it would fit me, and it actually does. Yes, Mum. Yeah, Pog's back. She's gone to the pharmacy. Trophy shirt, exactly. I had another shirt on the side here just in case this one didn't fit because I changed this during the intro. I had my Cambridge United shirt down there just in case. But it just about fitted. It's still like a little snuggle. I wouldn't wear it outside, but that's less about the fit of the shirt, more the actual look of the shirt entirely. Hey, oh no, we didn't do it to them. We've got away with quite a few opportunities in this game. Like, we probably should have conceded. The amount of times we've given the ball away for no reason. We are going to suffer in this game at some point from that. Yeah, after the ice barn, it's definitely doing a lot of heavy lifting. I've got to go to Tesco's later. That's just a really nice goal, isn't it? And it is onside. This is a bit of a free hit, really. I was kind of hoping to see something out of Payich, but it ain't going to be that. Opry's already got a booking, and he's the worst player on the pitch. Immense. This is why he's justifying his start. To be fair, as long as we stay in this sort of battle around the 7th and 8th spot, I'm content this season with coming the same position as we did last year. As long as I see development out of the players, which we are. And obviously we've got the European stuff, because if we can have achieved the same league position whilst competing on a European front, to me that's progress. And there's always the outside chance that we could sneak into like 7th, 6th place still, if someone has a little bit of a fall off. Yeah, I should go again. Cost less, but they don't though, do they? That's the thing. Meant to look in formation. Hey, what's to explain? I realise that me saying, hey, it just works is a bit of a strange one, considering we're literally losing this game. The logic behind... I say the logic. There is no logic. The reason behind it is that when we got to the first club in this save in Luxembourg, I said to chat, wouldn't it be fun if we built a system that just used every single one of the best 11 players the club has in their ideal roles, no matter who those players are? And it just so happened that something that looked a little bit like this came out of the other end of it, and then we had to set about polishing it into something that was actually capable of playing football. So it's gone through a few little switches and stuff. That's why it's so weird and asymmetric. So, like, for example, we had to move this guy up here. It shouldn't work, but it does. It's a bit like that Simpsons meme where Homer has his skin pulled back and all the pegs are on the back of his head. That's basically our formation. The beauty of effort. Exactly. Like, I realised that we could probably have already won a Champions League in this save, I suspect, if I was playing like a 4-2-3-1 gegenpress type of system and just going for something. Not that this system is that weird underneath. But when we win the Champions League with Tenerife, I hope, playing this shape, that's going to be so much more satisfying, right? It's just way better to do that. Oh, what a save! Okay, that's unfortunate. Wait, is that offside? No. Tell you what, Socorro, I know he's getting pelters here, right? But that initial save was incredible. We just don't see our goal. These ones usually just go straight through the keeper. But the fact that he actually gets a block on that. I like the fact there's a guy literally stood inside his person. I think he was interfering with him in more ways than one there, honestly. We've played really poor, bad. We've played really bad. I don't think the keeper's really at fault for that. Oh, God, please not another one. Normal formations. Maybe. To be fair, there's a few things that I wish we could do in this system that we're not allowed to because the game won't let you. One of the things we wanted to do was have the wing-backs and the wingers swap with each other. So I know you can swap the sides, but you can't swap a wing-back with a right-back. That's what I really wanted, the ability to have these two swap over and these two swap over. Because then the match engine would just be like, lad, just you do you. I'm not even taking part in this anymore. That would be the dream. Get Pueo on. God, I wish Raul wasn't injured. Hurl's actually kind of struggled here. Let's go for Almeida. 5 subs. What can possibly go wrong? Yeah. I personally don't... What are we doing? This is about the worst I think I've seen us play this entire season, is this game right here. Suffer emotional damage. Yeah. It's why I kind of miss playing in FM competitions, because I'd always rock up with stuff like this and then have people spend the entire game against the opponent trying to justify my decisions. You know? Imagine if... Oh, what? Socorro saves a penalty in La Liga as well. That'll bump his rating back up again. He is him. I'm telling you. He's got a save in a Champions League final written all over him in this save. Big goes, yes, it's wood. Oh, I'll show you. That's what it actually is. It's a log with a window on the end. It's incredible. It has no right to be existing. It's not even a recent shirt. I love the fact that this shirt is a large. I looked inside the collar earlier before I put it on. It's counted as a large. Gas Boys. Yes, it does. Although I think you find it's pronounced Gasbois, Abel. Show some respect to the Ape Japes, the 2nd Division Cameroonian club that I've been aping on for a while. Oh, here we go. That was a nice little touch from McGarry there. Make the run back inside. Porteo. Pueo! Oh, no. Love the run from him, though. Good to see him still doing that. He's done that a few times this season when he's come off the bench. Him with some consistent game time. Oh, it's exciting. Raoul with... What was that? Moving again. The idea would be, from the current situation is that I want to try and win the Champions League with Tenerife. But, obviously, there's a scenario where we're not able to do that in the sense that if we get to a final and we lose, we can't stay at Tenerife. But this is the team that I've earmarked to try to complete the challenge with. That's why I've taken a lot of time over the youth development here now, because I want to develop these players through so that they can go to the big goal with us, hopefully. In the end, Socorro somehow come out of that with a decent rating. Again, saving a penalty will do that. Because we just weren't going to be able to buy our way to success. Like, throw a few. I don't think I would. I think I would just put it in the hands of fate, right? If we get to a final, I'd just be like, we're going for it. We're going to try and win a cup. Because how sick would that be? The tension as well, going into a Conference League final or something, where we know that if we were to lose the final, we'd have to leave. Yeah, so in this save, if you get to a final and lose, you have to resign. Because one of the rules for it is that you can't manage teams that's ever been in a European final. So that's why we're at Tenerife, for example, now. But obviously, if we got to a final and won, it'd be a bit rude if you had to then leave there. But if we made the rule basically that if you get to a final and lose, you have to resign. League Cup, no, it's only for European finals. You just gotta hope that if you... Yeah, it's... We also were thinking about bringing in a rule where if a side we'd previously managed in the save got to a European final, you also had to resign from your current job. Super Cup, no, that doesn't count. Because in order to get in the Super Cup, you'd have to have won a European final. But if we had implemented that rule, we would have had to resign our job in the summer because the team we managed before these guys got to a European final last season. European final. Oh, nowhere near close right now. We're in our first season in Europe now, in the Conference League. But what I will say is the Conference League is weirdly stacked this year. There's some good sides in it. Like, ignoring the teams at the very top here, who will fall down a little bit. Fulham are in there, Hoffenheim, 2 Scottish sides, and Hibernia are a really good team in this save. Club Brugge, Atalanta, Besiktas, Braga. There's a decent amount of teams here that I think that we're going to be worse than. But I don't want to spend too much time in the Conference League, just in case. I think this year I'd really like to qualify for the Europa League. Throw it because he's not quite ready. I'm just going to put it in the hands of fate. It would suck to lose it, though. And then have to leave Tenerife, but them's the rules. Paris FC, I'd be like, hey, lads, where you at? Watch them suddenly become really good and get to a final. Because there's a limited amount of clubs that I'd want to go to. If we were to get sacked or have to resign from Tenerife. Because it isn't just about clubs that are like applicable for the challenge. It's clubs that I'd actually want to go to and manage. And I genuinely think the only club that could convince me to go to England in this save would be if Salford City got themselves to the Premier League, which they are dangerously close to doing at the moment. Only idea too. Paris FC would be fun in France. Modena in Italy. Have to leave. Yeah, but that's part of the fun, right? If you don't have these kind of rules, then you... Como, maybe, yeah. There's definitely options in Italy that I've been intrigued by. Modena, Como. Turkey as well does intrigue me, but only if we can manage one of 2 sides. It either has to be Batman Petrolspor or Eyüpspor. Those would be intriguing. Palermo, nah, I don't think that interests me enough. Basically, what I'm looking for is just like stories that I like the club. The story in the save is interesting. There's something about them that makes me want to it. RZ, as far as I know, are not available. RZ are actually really good in this save as well. Bordeaux, it's just kind of like, nothing about them makes me want to manage them. I'm really picky when it comes. That's why took us so long to pick Tenerife in the end. Mostly because I was trying to manage Las Palmas. It was actually Las Palmas that we wanted to manage here, not Tenerife. But then Las Palmas turned me down, so I took the ultimate revenge, which was to manage their biggest rival. We then spent 9 months waiting for the Tenerife manager to be sacked, which was great. Bordeaux not available as well. Yeah, there you go then. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully we'll have to consider it. Oh, but the City Group. Yeah, even less reason for me wanting to manage it then. Like, for me, it has to be something interesting about the club that isn't just like cliche, like, hey, this club's really interesting on Instagram, kind of crap like that. It's usually something in the save is interesting more than anything else. Like, they've done something in this save they've got an interesting player, or they've come up the leagues a little bit. Like, they're a 3rd-tier side at the start of the save, but now they're top flight. Dutch teams, it's tougher with Dutch teams because obviously you've only really got the top 2 flights and there's nothing else, no changes within that. We did nearly go to a Dutch side at one point. We nearly went to FC Eindhoven before we went to Portugal. The mascot is a giant heroic pickle. I don't think I could face going to Leganes. Andorra, I guess, but the thing is with Andorra, I wouldn't want to stay in the same league another season in a row. Maybe 4 Tour de France. Yeah, if it was, maybe. I'm the sort of person that when I see that, I almost don't want to do those types of saves because you have no idea how saturated the content market in FM26 or whatever is going to be with Bordeaux and clubs like that. And I usually try to avoid them for that exact reason. Another shirt I want. Oh, you never add to, you can't add to basket too quickly just in case. Sampdoria, that's another one, yeah. I do like Paris FC though. You'd think that Paris FC would be the type of team that would have that same kind of application, but I actually do like Paris FC. And the reason is because of that previous save I had with them right when I got ill in 2015 that I was not able to finish. So I have unfinished business with Paris FC. I'd very much like to manage them in this save, actually, as it happens. That would probably be my top choice of a club to go to if we lost Tenerife, would be Paris FC, Modena, maybe Salford, but only if they're a Premier League side. Paris 23 Athletic. Do like their badge. So yeah, Empoli are actually in Serie C now. They've completely shat the bed in this save. 2 years ago, they were in Serie A. 19th place, then 9th, then relegated. Oop. Tristan Noop. Yeah, we also had a guy called Aslan in the midfield. And we had Alberto Cherry. And I remember at the same time, Ben was doing his... Whichever save Ben had, Alberto Cherry. I think it was his... it was like a blue badge. I swear I remember. Whatever save Ben had, Alberto Cherry in as well. I had him as well. He was ridiculously good for my Paris FC side. I don't know who signed players like that, but he just came through a scout report organically. Parma Drama, maybe. It probably was Parma Drama, yeah. Nîmes. I don't know where Nîmes are in this save, actually. Ligue 2? Paris is here top of Ligue 2 as well right now. Where are Mets at these days? Nah, mid. Sochaux is another club that intrigues me. Are they further down? Wait, are they top flight now? Or did I just miss them? Oh, wow. Okay. Has their youth recruitment got worse? I swear Sochaux are supposed to... Didn't they normally have, like, insane youth recruitment? Either way, someone like Sochaux would also be interesting to me if I was going France. They're fun because they've got great facilities, great youth stuff. Who's their manager? Just sort out I love how the background is more well lit up than he is. It's an Etienne with 30. Yeah. I do like the idea of Sochaux as well. Just because of the great youth facility. Oh, shit. Okay, that's actually really bad. Am I going to have to run like an Ivanov and Steinmetz partnership here? I'd rather not do that. I'd consider them as well. So, yeah, Saint Etienne, if they've been to a European final, then they're off the list anyway. Sorry, I didn't realise. I haven't got it to hand exactly who's been in each one. Oh, wait. Why is there a South African side in the middle of these reports?
So I tell the swamp dog.
I feel like they do sometimes just get randomly messed up. Because this should be in the middle of like the European scouting at this point. Unless it was a... Oh, it could have been that there was a player from a South African club that was in the national team of like a... I don't know, actually. No idea. Either way, Gabriel Trinidad. There's also a guy here called Matteo Unterberger. Great name. Nuno Santos. Thank you for the follow. Justus Bittner of Lask. Jumper's arrived. Oh, nice. Exciting. I'm so excited, chat. You would 100% see me wearing this on Sunday now if that's arrived. Amazing. Is it a one-stop hog? Gabriel Trinidad. Definitely want more information. But also, why are we getting more Uruguayan players again? Or is that just the previous one still? I'm supposed to be doing scouting in England. Not England, sorry. Europe. Wow, Braga dropped points against Bati Borisov. How's the jumper? It's going to be great. I mean, I don't know. It's still at the shop at the moment. I'll let you know what So close. So close. It's Harry Potter. is if you're a pirate, you could maybe get away with it. Oh, he was... Oh, for a second, I thought we'd finally got it. Almost a wizard. You're nearly a wizard, Harry. I'm nearly a what? If anything, that actually makes it funnier. To me, I'd love to have a play called Harry Porter. Not him, though, because he's crap, but... Why am I even being told about him? I guess it's just because we're outside of a window. You're right, if he was... Hang on, he's Irish, isn't he? Or was he Welsh? God, Mbala's looking tasty as well, isn't he? It's just the pace, I think. That's what's going to be the death of him. Maybe not the death of him. That's a bit dramatic. Was he Irish or Welsh? He definitely... It was... Oh, wait, is it not that one? Which screen is that even on? News? Ah, news. Here we go. Harry Porter. Oh, he's Irish. Okay. Then in that case, I'll let it slide. Austrian League. Yeah, we haven't really looked much at the Austrian League in this save, other than when that random like second division side won the cup. Ivanov's called up. Achimpong's called up. Okay. Lewis McGarry's called up. Speaking of, wow, you've got an Albania capital. Or did you already have them? No, he didn't. That's a good sign. My wonder kid, not wonder kid's got a call up for Albania. Cole's back in the squad. Dakresuka. Oh, wait. Yeah, it's completely lost the pot. Oh, I know what it was. It's because during the first round of scouting, we got to this stage and I prioritized a load of the African nations that we wanted to get reports on quickly. That's why these guys are all at this point in the list now. Either way, that's dope because now we can have another look at them. So the next few will be like ASEC Mimosas, Generation Foot, all those guys, I suspect. Bohemian Bows versus PSV Eindhoven is fun. You're a wizard, Gary. I'd play that. I'm still want to investigate this Pokemon Bilatro I've heard so much about. I know what I'm doing tomorrow. ASEC World is... I mean, maybe. But the thing is, it's probably not going to happen because we already looked at ASEC players. We scouted any players from their youth intake before even doing a team report. So unless they've had another youth intake since like 3 or 4 months ago, I think it's unlikely it's going to be anyone worth our money in there. So Austria Wien have actually won a title in there. It's weird looking at this and just seeing like nothing. No like lines on it at all. Yeah, Red Bull Salzburg aren't quite as... God, look at that. Austria Wien. Unbeaten after 12 games. 5 goals conceded. That's mental. Are they just absolutely stacked now? What was their record last season like? 19 goals conceded. Or is that because of the old... all these extra playoff groups? Ooh, who the hell is Kemerton? Ooh, okay, team for the lower divisions. Okay, Pog. I'll finish on time today. That way Pog doesn't yell. To be fair, I did do 6 hours on Tuesday. Oh, at least we can get to finish off with a Conference League game. That's cool, though. Wonder how long they'll keep that up. Gap Connors Key versus Fulham could be a bloodbath. For Fulham. Okay, who's playing instead of Herholt, then? It's going to have to be Ivanov, isn't it, really? Ivanov's either going to score a hat-trick or he's going to get sent off twice. These are the only 2 choices. Nothing in between. Right, who's coming to the bench for this one? Nikolic, definitely. Raul? I might as well get him back on the bench for when he needs to. And I guess I could put Nelson Santos on there. Is the rest of the team fine, though? Do I want to start Opry for this game? Do you know what? No. I think I'll start Porter in there for this one. Nice. Okay. Kerrang 2000. I think that's the sort of playlist that would annoy me, just because I used to get really annoyed at the repetitive nature of what Kerrang used to play during that exact era, to the point where I was just like, there's only so many times I can listen to Foo Fighters Learn to Fly. Like, surely your catalogue is bigger than this. It felt like I was listening to one album. Nothing made me dislike songs that I actually liked like that. Then again, the way my brain works is I'll listen to a song and I will just be obsessed with it and just drive it into the ground to the point where I literally can't listen to it again. It's definitely got bargain bin energy. Just for that, I'm going to skip straight to the song. We're going to fly past Young Boys now. Let's go. Yeah, Black Parade. What else would have been? Blink 182, all the small things for sure. Jesus Christ, Faye. You've already outdone yourself today with that fucking... If you missed it earlier, this was me talking about Viswa and about how they could not get promoted, and Bay came up with this in literally, I would say, under 2 minutes later. This appeared. Horrifying. You're welcome for your new sleep paralysis demon there, chat, as well. Okay. In the chat, yes. Misery business as well. Like Hellebuck. There is a bit of Connor Hellebuck about. You're right. Does that mean I'm going to absolutely shit it in the playoffs? We better never get to... If we get to the playoff round here, we're screwed. Right. I don't know what to make of this, of Young Boys, as far as this team go. Oh, that's a great pass. Evanos through. Evanos through. Why are you there? I don't understand why Yeah, we got it. This is the last game of the stream, Crooked, Archer. He's done it again. He keeps getting into positions that he has no right to be in for the role that he plays in our team. And yet, I love it. Provided it doesn't cost us defensively. I'm a big fan. Oh, second Hellebuck. Oh, it's tenuous. In-game avatar. I would, but then I feel like Roy would not be getting the recognition he deserves. I need like a version of... I need to put... What I need to do is put myself in the game as Roy's assistant or something. Come on, Page. Back inside. Here he comes again. He has got a point to prove, I suspect. Steiny now. Portea? Oh, it's off the post. Good God. This is good pressure, though. I'm impressed with this. It's Page again. Oh! Oh! I received Vesna Trophy. You received Generationally... I received Vesna Trophy. You received Dallas Stars in the conference finals. This is a surprisingly good start. Fulham lead against Capcom Ski. You'd expect them to, really. I'd be surprised if we got a dub in this game. I thought Young Boys were better than that, but maybe they're... Actually, that was the last save, wasn't it? Where Young Boys had a generationally good youth intake a couple of years in a row and had some like absolute Swiss worldies that were playing for them for like longer than you'd expect. Love the pressure, though. Good to see. I can totally see Ivanov. I know I was kind of joking about Ivanov doing that, but I feel like he might genuinely do it as Tenerife Enrique! 7th goal of the season. We lead 1-0. Tremendous. If we got 7 points from our first 3 in the Conference League, I'll be happy with that. Matt Card Patreon. True. Bad for about 8 seasons. It'll depend on who you're managing and what league that team's in. Because it's all relative, isn't it? So who are you in charge of? Enrique has a really good knack of burying those exact chances that I find even Feta would have missed those, I think. But that's his 7th already. Maybe he can get to 15? Opatia. Okay, cool. So with Opatia, Croatia have reasonably good youth rating, so that's a good start. The way that you can then maximize that is to make sure that your youth recruitment is as high as possible. So focus on that over anything else. Make sure that you get your youth recruitment up to 20, basically, if you can. The issue is, even at that point, you will still be losing out on players to the big sides because they also have 20. I think Dynamo, I believe, also have 20, and I think there's a couple of others too. And at that point, it comes down to reputation, which is going to take a while to overthrow because you're not going to have a better reputation than Dynamo. So you're not going to be able to get the very best guys. You should still be able to get some decent guys, but not like the complete top draw dudes as Dosso's missed it. But that's really what you got to do. Also, try to make sure that your head of youth development has a good personality, ideally one that has high professionalism, because that will rub off on your players and you need that for them to develop. And as many on your coaches as well, but especially on the Hoyd. That's the one you really need. Ivanov's in again. Ivanov. Oh, no. Wait. Oh, I love this man so much. He is absolute chaos from the deep. Like, he is the Kraken. Like, he comes up from the deep out of nowhere and then just causes havoc. I'm going to start calling him the Kraken from now on. He's earned that. I love him. The next thing, not even that. He comes from even way deeper, particularly as he's usually coming from a role where that's where he's supposed to be, into a place where he's not supposed to be. The working with youngsters and the judging that stuff is not that important. I mean, it's good to have, but what you want to focus on is the personalities. Krakenov in it. He's had a great game. So pleased for him. Might have to be Pineda because we can't register McGarry in Europe. And who do I want? Let's get Albert on for a bit. I'm actually going to get Pueo in. Oh, maybe Dosso should come off. Oh, it's a risk putting Raul on here, but yeah. from even off to the Kraken. He's gone up in my estimations of him quite a lot. Because the thing is, it doesn't seem like it's a fluke now that he's doing these things. Because he's done it too many times in a row now. And in too many games has he popped up in places that really he shouldn't be, based on both his attributes, his lack of PPMs, and the tactic itself. It's weird that he keeps popping up in these really deep, advanced attacking positions and having shots and chances when he's a ball-winning midfielder on defend. To be fair, he is playing as a DLP today. So he actually has more license to move forward this time around. But he was doing this exact same kind of forward movement when he was playing as the ball winner as well. If anything, he's going to be even more aggressive today in that role. So he's got a bit more license to move. Oh, God, please no. Not like this. They've been so bad. Oh, well played, Steiny. Except, unfortunately, this is going to be a goal for them, isn't it? Because we've made the tackle that's gone straight back to him. Keeper's going to miss this. There it is. Fuck me, man. I hate it. It's so predictable. The moment Steiny made the tackle and it goes straight back to them, you know a goal is coming. That's annoying. Like, why is the keeper missing that? Like, what is he even doing? I'm sorry, Luis. I've got your back, buddy, but that is appalling. Look at this. We've really struggled in Europe to actually bury our chances. We're creating a lot, but... Oh, go on. Oh, Almada again. He's so good. Start to improve. Pretty much inconsistency will start to improve straight away. So what I mean by that is if you find a young... It will vary from player to player based on other factors, but generally speaking, if you find a young player, as long as they've not got dark red consistency by the time they're like 17, they'll be fine. It's one of the few ways that the game can kind of model experience, I find. Speaking of Dorringtons earlier, there's Alfie Dorrington just getting a red card for Hibs. So I wouldn't worry about it too bad on younger players. They will improve. Generally, not always. Like, you will find older players that are still inconsistent, but usually it's because they've just not got the personalities to develop properly at all. So don't let it put you off of signing a guy, is what I mean. Oh, Prayer could whip this across. Look at him go. Oh, it's a lovely pullback. And Bala. Oh my goodness me. I like Pueo a lot. One of the things I've noticed about him when he's come off the bench a few times is he does get in the box, which is great. Goalkeeper's surname in Portuguese. It means help, doesn't it? If I recall. I think his surname means help. Or maybe that's Spanish. Yeah. It's brilliant. It's the perfect name for a goalkeeper, really. Low aggression. Wow. You found the one guy. We've still underperformed ourselves a little bit there. But we got the win. Armada's got 3 goals this season too, which is exciting. He's cheffing a little bit now. I think him and Martinez is the pairing to go forward with. Because by the time Martinez is starting to come to like be 20, then Almada will be 23. They'll both be looking delicious. Dude, hang on, Bo's got a draw with PSV. Oh, tremendous work. We really should have 9 points out of 9 here, honestly. It's like we used up... The amount of XG we've created in the Conference League is insane. We've probably got like... I don't think we've had a single game so far where we've had less than 2.5, and we had like 5 against Sheriff. But the likes of Fulham, they're always... I think Fulham, Hoffenheim, or Atalanta probably will be the ones that take the dub this year. But that's okay. Best case scenario for us, really, is we meet one of them in like the quarterfinals and get dumped out by them, rather than having that risk of the semis. Because that still gives us nice progression, lots of time to play games. We play a slightly younger side. They beat Ilvet. What, the Finnish side? Jesus Christ. Wait, where is Sheriff? I'm just trying to look for them by their bad goal difference. Oh, that's Europa League. Sorry, I always forget they're in the wrong order. Jesus Christ, Matt. Who is top of the Girona, naturally. I always forget that on here, because of the way it's alphabetized, it goes Champions League, Conference League, Europa League. Catches me every goddamn time. Yeah, they are. Oh, not the worst goal difference. They get a draw, actually, against... Oh, wow. I love that the Andorran side aren't completely winless. Oh, sorry, aren't completely pointless. It's good signs. Right, what about Champions League? How's that cooking along? Newcastle. Oh, wow, God almighty. Oh, there's Moneybags Lazio in there as well. FC Copenhagen, bottom of it. That's actually a bit unusual, especially with the fact that SJK have... Barcelona drew. Oh, that's Vitória de Guimarães. Even so, that's still embarrassing. But who did SJK get points against? Okay, that's a little bit better. I thought SJK had taken a point at not the Camp Nou. It's also weird looking at this and seeing 3 Champions League titles for Tottenham. Like, wild. 3 Champions League wins for Spurs in the last 5 seasons, or 6 seasons. They've not managed to win a Premier League in that time. But they have won 3 Champions Leagues, so I suppose they'll probably take that. Oh. And then we get... is this another one of these stupid international break situations? I might actually do one more game, honestly. Because we've got the international break right there, and I'd rather do this game on stream. That way I can do the international break bit off stream, so we don't just have to, like, have 3 weeks of dead space on stream on Sunday. Ballo. Oh, that was the... Okay, wait, hang on. That's the under 23s, right? Yeah, I thought that was the senior squad for a second there. You ain't that good. Anyone fun in here? Dosso, Opry, Dosso. Both the Dossos. Who? I can't even remember who that is. And then Manny Whitby up for Australia. Good to see it. Yeah, England's coefficient is probably heinous right now. Oh, generational foot. That's not what I meant to click. What is... I wonder what England's... Actually, yeah. What is their coefficient looking like this season? So England are 15 points clear of everybody else. Spain are in real danger of missing out on the top 5 entirely here. Because France are catching them. Like, wow, Scotland. Shout out to Scotland. We're doing a bit better this year, but maybe we're finally in the battle to potentially get that extra European place, which might well be needed. Because as much as we're sitting 8th in the league right now, I still think we've got it. Provided we don't get any stupid injuries. Losing 2 good years. Yeah, I think Spain's going to take some pain in the meantime. It would suck if we lost a European place, though. It looks like it's going to require us to essentially pull Spain back up. What really happened with Spain was because there was a season where Las Palmas and Cadiz were both in Europe. And if I recall, Cadiz got knocked out in the qualifiers for the Conference League, and Las Palmas didn't do particularly well in the Europa League either. So as a result, they just tanked points that season. Because not only did they get the extra teams in Europe as a result of it, those teams then performed badly, so the dilution was higher, and those teams did fuck all. I think England is the only nation I've ever seen actually make the extra teams in Europe work for them. 1,200, holy shit. So that's... I find that usually about 1,000 to 1,050 is about the sweet spot. That way, they come round every 3 years, which means that you tend to get players mostly in their development window. So you'll miss out on guys like we missed out on that guy from Hartberg, but not by much actually, because that was Austria. Oh, that's so annoying. We've just done the Austrian scouting, and he's an Austrian player, wasn't he? Anyone fun in here? Wait, really? Okay. Go off, sis. I like that Patrick's still getting caps for Cameroon. I'd forgotten all about him. Skelly Alvaro. Wait. Skelly's still getting call-ups. Love that for you. Joao Victor caught up for the Brazil under 20s. Okay. Wait, hang on. Where are you? Are you on loan? I really shouldn't have loaned you out as well, should I? And Mohamed Traore. Who are you? Oh, who's the guy that was in the B team? Wait, is he on to a different B team side? Or different, like, side on the same level as us? How is our team looking these days? Have we not played another game yet? Oh, that's the wrong one. Oh, no, it isn't. That's the 3rd tier, not the 4th tier. One sec. I always get them confused. Every 4 years. Yeah, 4 years might be a bit much. I think 3 years is the perfect sweet spot. 2.5 to 3 years. That's how I've got R1 set up. Hello, Pog. How goes it, Chief? Ooh, they got to pick it up a little bit. Shouldn't miss too many players. Yeah, you'll likely get most of them. What's up, Pog? Oh. Stronghold texturizing cream. Fish.
It's the only thing that, there's the only thing that's a cream on it.
Okay, hopefully it's not too strong. Because that was the problem. I take it they didn't have any mousse.
I did look, it's sort of very good food. So.
That's okay. Because I missed too much. I mean, hey, each their own, right? I find that between 2.5 and 3 is where I find the sweet spot to be. But we've actually got this one set up for just over 2. Because just over 2 is 700, and I've got, I think, 850? Maybe? Why am I looking there as if I would find anything? Plus, I do occasionally forget to renew one. 800, yeah, I think we had 840, so I might have lost a couple in there, in fact. Although I might have got rid of a few because the squad size drop off like that. I probably could get rid of these, but just in case, with people like Black Leopards and these guys, it's probably best just leaving those. Why is your camera moving? Because it's mounted on my desk, and my desk is wobbling a little bit because I'm leaning on it. Certain amount of spots for non-EU players in Serie A. Serie A has really quite strict rules on foreign players, and it's a pain. To the point where when I last managed in Serie A, I literally had to nickname my players like foreign and not foreign. And I once had a loan player that didn't even play for me count as a non-foreign slot, and then I wasn't able to sign anybody because of it. Very frustrating times. That was when I was at Sassuolo. 25 million in Wales? Holy shit, what season is this? I suspect the reason, I take it the issue you're having is not finding the players, but getting players that are willing to come to Wales. In terms of, like, I don't know where you're at in your save. But if you've got £25 million in Wales, it would suggest you're reasonably far in, but who knows? Right, Bilal will start. Vanderlei will come in. Steiny... Oh, bloody hell. What's that, Pog? No. It's all under your eyes. It looked like you're playing baseball. Christ, one of these guys is going to have to... Even if I was actually more tired than Steiny, but the problem is... I could do Yildirim. I might actually do Yildirim instead of Steiny. We could do Yildirim and Almeida to start the game. Potea, oh my god. This game is very close to our previous game. I might have to start Opry for this one just out of... And Raul, perhaps? Oh my lord. 2020. How on earth have you managed to get £25 million in transfer budget in Wales by 2028? That's crazy. Like, incredible. Because, like, with player sales, because of Wales's reputation, you can't really sell players for very much. I guess if you get Champions League group stage, that'll probably do it. Schneider's on the bench. Is that all of them? Yeah, okay, right. Round of 16 Champions League, Jesus Christ. But the thing is, you wouldn't be able to get a massive player sale because the players wouldn't be worth anything. That's the problem. So you could have a player that's insanely good, but you wouldn't be able to sell them for anything because the player values would be trash. Oh gosh, Raul's even more damaged. In that case, the issue is probably that your reputation is still too low. So what you've got to do basically at that stage is just try to focus on finding players from, like... The other problem is Wales. You have to do with the Brexit rules too. So it's going to be tough for you to... It's just a really tough situation because in that position, what I would normally do is I'd go after players from smaller nations, like players in Africa and some of the smaller South American nations, because they're cheaper. But of course, you wouldn't be able to get work permits for them because Wales. So at that point, I actually don't know what you'd do in that point. This is why I don't manage there. No goalkeeper. No need. I'd rather have 12 subs. Besides, we've got a goalkeeper. It's Sven. He's not even on the bench either, actually, as it happens. Like, goalkeeping injuries are so rare in matches that it's really not even worth it to me to have a goalkeeper on the bench when I could just have an extra substitute that might come in handy. Even with a 12-man bench. I'm worried about this lineup, but we don't really have much choice. We have to bring them off the bench. As wacky backy. That was kind of the idea of it, Cream Bong, honestly. Match. Oh yeah, this is definitely now going to cause us to happen. Yeah, so to give you an idea, in the 14 seasons of this save so far, I've had a single goalkeeping injury in a match. And in that game, I put our right-sided winger, who was 5'6", in goal, and he kept a clean sheet. Actually, to be fair, he didn't keep a clean sheet in that game. The game he kept a clean sheet in was that game when I had to start him in goal because all of our goalkeepers went on international duty or were ineligible for the game, and we had like 5 goalkeepers at the club, and all of them were ineligible. I think 3 of them went on international duty. 1 was already in another game that day, and there was like 1 injury or something as well, which is mad. At the start of FM24, there was loads of goalkeeping injuries, if you recall, to the point where they had to like bring out a patch that nerfed it. But then they basically just put it back to exactly where it was rather than like a nice middle ground, which is often what happens with these things. It's that same ball again. Whenever he gets into that position, I have no doubt that he's going to score because he does it every single time he gets into that position. Oh, maybe, yeah. Using my subs anyway. Yeah, exactly. He is so consistent from making those runs and somehow managing to finish every single time. Lord, he is good. I want to see if he can beat Fetter's like goal contribution total from last season. Like, we should really be winning this. Real Zaragoza are not a brilliant side. If we've got any hope of going for Europe again next season, we need to be winning games like this, even with the weakened lineup that we've had to field here. If anything, it'd be quite a good test, actually, with Yildirim and Almeida in the team to see how they get on, because would I say they're the future? Probably not Yildirim, but I think Almeida is. Oh, good God. Ah, it's because Mekawar back post. The one game I don't start Karapchea, and Mekawar gets done with a back post header. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I'd kind of forgotten about that being a way to score against us, because I'm so used to us just clearing those constantly, but such is life. If nothing else, we can bring on the lads. Oh no, Cyril's hurt himself now. Bugger. That's actually really not good. I'm actually going to bring Puyo on instead of Raul. Raul is just simply not ready. He's not fit enough for this game, whereas Puyo has at least been playing recently. I don't know if I want to play him as an AMC though, but I guess we're going to find out. I prefer to play him deeper. What I might do later in this game is maybe move him back and bring Raul on for like 20 minutes later on. Almada again! He's done it again. This man is starting to remind me a little bit of kind of like what Vanderlei was during our first season in Tenerife. He's doing that same kind of thing. He doesn't even... God, he's just dominant in the air for a player that isn't like an absolute beanpole. He's just a tall-ish, strong man with good heading ability. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets like 7 or 8 goals for us this season. And Puyo, I could, but I think, honestly, I think Thiago Enrique is just so good in the role that he plays, it'd be a waste. But I also want to see whether Puyo can play this role, because technically he is actually a number 10. It's just that I've been playing him deeper because I just don't think he's got the physicals for the more advanced role. Oh my God, he nearly got another one. Nice. I also want to keep an eye on... Is Una the one with really good work rate as well? Yes, okay. So Una should be similar to Ivanov in terms of how much he gets up and down the pitch. I mean, he won't be quite as aggressive, I suspect, as the Kraken. Oh, hang on a minute. He's done it again. He's actually done it again. It's 3. Ian Almada scores his 5th goal of the season. Chat, if you're ever in doubt, just sign an Argentinian man called Ian and your problems will all be solved. They've got no answer for Ian. That's brilliant. I don't even know what to say. We're making quite light work of them at the moment. Oh, hang on a minute. Go on. Brings it down. Oh, he's won a penalty now. He's called Ian. Yeah, that's his actual name. His name is Ian Almada. Almada just came out of nowhere as well. Actually, I think he was from a team report, in fairness. Because he was 20, wasn't he? Which means he was just on the... Oh, no, we have it set to 23. So I'm giving Ian the penalty because I want to see if he can have a first half hat-trick here against Real Zaragoza. Because this is 100% being given. Particularly as he won the penalty as well. Ian's won the penalty. And now he's scored the penalty. A hat-trick from a centre-back in the first half. 6th goal of the season for Ian Almada. I did give him a massive release clause, right? Because I get the feeling he's going to be one of these guys that's going to be tough to hang on to if he carries on playing at this kind of rate. I think I gave him like 80 million or something. Which is honestly still slightly too low, if you ask me. We're 4-1 up at half-time. With a very, very heavily rotated first team here. We're kind of shit if they got another one back here, actually, which I think they're about to do, you know. They've got way too much space on the ball. Don't let them back in the game. Oh. 5-minute hat-trick. Was it 5 minutes? No, it was a 17-minute hat-trick, which is still pretty good from centre-back, but no, it was a 17-minute hat-trick. Great performance, though. Holy shit. This is the kind of thing that makes me believe that perhaps even Europa League is possible. Because at the moment, we'd need 6th place for Europa, provided the cup goes reasonably straightforwardly and one of the big guys wins it, which they usually do most years. Soslo or Andorra will win the cup or something. Mekawa's still been really bad here. Oh no, 17 minutes. What was he hanging about for? Here we go, Puyo, bringing it forward. I'd like to see him grab a goal today. Oh, slide him in. Oh, the run was there. Yeah, 5 minutes between the last two, I think, yeah. Marquez, back for Almeida. Oh, go on, Ona, have a shot, sir. Oh, okay. Right, that's not the first time he's done that. Now, wait, what? Really? Okay, it's going to be disallowed for some reason. I think there must be someone in the way or something. But regardless, that's not the first time now that he's cut inside and bent one in the bottom corner. I want to see why this was disallowed. Yeah, we can. I did show it, actually, after the last European game. Wait, what? That's one of those ones where FM just draws the line in the wrong place. It wasn't drawn to his foot, nor was it drawn to the defender's foot, but whatever. Good finish, though. At least he finished the shot. Right, Opry's... Even in a game where we're dominating, he's really struggling. Mekawar... Options, man. I guess Pineda. And... I'll get Vinko off, actually. Get Nikolic... No, I'll get Mbala at one. He's still got good fitness. And now I'll bring Raul on. Just for the last little bit. This is where Raul gets like a career-ending injury as a result of me throwing him into a game we were already 4-1 up in. I just want to get him a bit more match fitness and move Puello back into his more comfortable position a bit deeper. Full team scout. Yes, it's part of the scouting guide video. There is a whole section about it in there. I think I have timestamps, like bookmarks for it, in the big scouting video. There is a smaller video that explains it too, but that was made before, and we've figured out a few more things since then that went into the newer one, which is the scouting guide video. It's called like Ultimate Scouting Guide. If you do exclamation mark scouting, it should come up. In chat, that is. There's a few little things that we still didn't even get in that one, which is the fact that if you... Like the view that we use to filter stuff on the scouting screen, that is not present in there because that was discovered by someone later, and it's a game changer, but obviously I can't update the video from there, and I'm going to wait until God knows what happens with FM whatever, because the UI could be completely different. It's going to take me a long time. I'm going to have to just deep dive into that the moment the game comes out, whenever it comes out, whatever it's called, whenever it is, if there even is one, and figure it out. I think that's going to be good for content though, because I think people are going to have to really like relearn the game in some ways, and it's going to make it more interesting. It's not just the same shit every year kind of thing. I mean, maybe it will be, who knows. Dotto's injury, ooh, shit. Okay, it's a 12-day rest anyway, so it's fine. He may not be able to play the next game, but that's not too bad. Nice. The filter I use, yes, if you do exclamation mark scouting filters in chat, I believe it's part of that pack. It's called Team Report. That's the one I use anyway. I believe it's in that pack. It should be. We've been using it for about a year now, I think. Learn the UI. Well, yeah. It would just be me flapping around not knowing what to do. Otherwise known as an entirely normal stream. That's pretty much what I spend most of my time doing. Oh, Jack's back. No, oh, let me just filter this properly, actually. Actually, quite a lot of people streaming FM this afternoon. That's nice to see. Actually, I'm going to rate D-Boy because D rated me the other day. So we're going to return the favour to you lovely people right now. So, Sundat. More Conference League. What month are we in now, actually? We'll be mid-November, which means, yeah, next stream is going to be like Conference League, Youth Intake Preview, more scouting, more banter, and hopefully I'll be wearing my delicious new retro jumper. I'll be skipping around like this. Yeah, I'm going to go make some muffins tomorrow, and I'll see you guys very, very soon. Enjoy the rest of your week and weekend, and I'll see you lovely folks on Sundat. Hold your gun. Capybara. Bye-bye.